This meeting is taking place hybrid, both virtually on Zoom and in person at Village Hall, and that Zoom link is at the top of the agenda. It is 6:30, so I'll call the meeting to order. We do have a quorum and the agenda was properly posted, so we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So this is the public appearances, public's opportunity to speak. Normally I go through a big long blurb about being respectful and all of that, and I didn't print it out tonight. So I ask that you all be respectful. Please state your name, your address, and limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes. We will be using a timer. We'll start with individuals who filled out a wish to speak form and are present. We'll open it up to anyone else in the room who would like to give comments, and then we'll ask anyone on Zoom if you could just hit the raise your hand button, and we'll call on you, and you can give public comments, and then we'll just make sure that everyone has their opportunity. So going in the stack that I have in front of me, we'll start with Allison Weber. Yep, if you please come up, and then also you just hit the little speaker guy on the microphone, and that way your comment is captured for the record.
Hi there, Allison Weber, 2011 Damascus Trail, Cottage Grove, Wisconsin. I am a village resident, and I am here today to express my disappointment in the handling of the Creed development. I feel that there was probably not as much transparency as there could have been going into it. I appreciate that village board members trustees have been more transparent thus forth. But also, opportunities like this don't just land on our laps every day. So in addition to approving the annexation of the land, perhaps we would think about courting as a village the type of business that we think should go there, while also taking into consideration that maybe we're not as special as we think we are, and that businesses like this will go to other communities if given the opportunity, and just the history of how this landed. Also, I would like to publicly state my support for connecting the roads in West Lawn, because I am a resident of West Lawn, and it is not only a pain, it's also a safety hazard, not having those available.
Broke my own rule. You have to use the microphones. I have a wish to speak for from Katie Morrow at 319 Southern Grange. She is a village resident. She is in favor of items 6C and D, and she is not able to speak tonight, but she is in favor of those items, which are the annexation petition items on the agenda tonight. Casey Erlandson, terrible with last names. I'll probably just stick to first names from now on. So Casey. Just hit the yeah, thank you.
Good evening, trustees. I also want to speak tonight about the way the sports complex proposal has been handled, because it could be a real lost opportunity for this community unless this board takes swift action, and I mean right now, tonight. As you'll see, many members of our community took time to come speak in favor of the development. I know dozens of letters have been sent as well, including at least 3 letters to the editor. The community feedback is here right now in front of you. And it would have come sooner if the opposed votes hadn't completely shut down the discussion on the August 4th meeting. From the very beginning, village staff made it clear the board had the power to place conditions on the project, things like requiring the developer to pay for the road upgrades or adding landscaping to reduce noise and light. And if the developer refused for any of our conditions, the project could still have been stopped. That safeguard is always in place, even after the annexation and the permit would be approved, but this kind of feedback on the specific project plans that we're asking for can't happen unless we approve the use permit before the developer walks away completely. Instead, opposition focused on claims that the facility would mostly serve as outsiders, which is not true. Local kids, including my own, are already desperate for better facilities. My son had to play basketball this spring in the Parks Department garage. No shade to them, but we are holding up hula hoops instead of baskets. That's the reality of what we're actually providing kids today. Concerns about traffic and safety were of course also raised, but they are not unique to this specific kind of project. Any use of a parcel this size is going to increase traffic and require road upgrades, which again, we can naturally ask the developer to pay for. Furthermore, village staff specifically said the traffic impact from a rec facility like this would be less than most alternatives since its use is largely weekends and evenings. If we're concerned about some sort of medical emergency, I'd ask what poses more accident potential, an industrial factory or something like that, or a softball game. What adds more to rush hour congestion, an office park or a weekend tournament? Finally, the biggest excuse was that we need more information, but that information was yet to come in this process because this is not the same as a public works like the police station. The full plans are readily available before any decision would need to be permanent, and still, by this August 4th meeting, the developer and village staff had provided nearly a dozen documents answering these kind of concerns. And what did the opposition do? They sat in silence and refused to even allow the discussion to happen, despite there still being 60 days left in this application process. That's not leadership or concern, it's avoidance, and it could cost us residents hundreds of dollars in tax burden. And to Trustee Severson specifically, I appreciate that you expressed regret for how this was handled, but as I have been teaching my son, an apology only counts if you try to undo this harm. If you truly meant what you said, I expect you to take some real steps to undo this, putting forward motions, bringing this developer back to the table before the 128-day application expires. And that has to start tonight. Together, we can still get this done for Cottage Grove. Thank you.
All right, we have Tyler.
Hi, good evening. Tyler Ottinger, 100 Farwell Drive, Cottage Grove, Wisconsin. I'm a resident. I'm also here to express my displeasure of the way the Creed recreational facility was handled. I think it's a huge missed opportunity. At the heels of our library not being passed because it was too expensive and a tax burden, which I completely understand, passing up on revenue for the village seems like a complete miss in my opinion. And if we want to pay for things like a library or a new police station, we need as much revenue as we possibly can. I also think that a recreational facility is a very cool opportunity for Cottage Grove. I play adult basketball Tuesday nights. Shout out to the rec department, they run that. But it's often canceled because gym space is at a premium here in Cottage Grove. It's canceled because of parent-teacher conferences or other events, things like that. I think a recreational facility would add a lot. I also think, I'm envious of DeForest. You drive on 94, you see those cool baseball diamonds, and it's like a place you might want to live. And you could see the very same thing coming off of, I guess it's 90 in DeForest, 94 in Cottage Grove. And just think it's something you should reconsider tonight. So thank you.
Michelle.
I'm going to talk fast to get through everything I wrote. Hello, my name is Michelle Steffens. I live on Dublin Circle 308 here in the village. I am here tonight to express my frustration on what the board has been doing, or rather not doing, the past couple of months. Firstly, half of the board is not trying to lower my taxes. After running on the premise of keeping our taxes low, Trustees Severson and Bunzo, along with Trustee Dahl, instead voted down the annexation of land along the interstate that would have potentially housed a $20 million sports complex. It was Trustee Severson that stated, and I quote from her campaign, "I've been knocking on doors throughout the village, and many people have told me they can't afford higher property taxes on top of everything else," end quote. Trustee Benzo's campaign stated some of her top priorities were, quote, "being a financial fiduciary of our tax dollars. So many people are struggling to make ends meet," end quote. Her campaign also listed as priorities, quote, "working together within our community to see it thrive, supporting our local businesses," end quote. Why then would they refuse annexation? This sports complex could have generated over $500,000 in tax revenue annually. Tax money without any strings attached that could have lowered the annual property tax bill of each homeowner. It could have supported and boosted local businesses like our restaurants and hotel. Second, half of the board is not listening to the experts. When Severson and Bunzo, along with Dahl, voted down the annexation, they listed as reason the concerns they had on traffic and safety impact to the area. Engineers had already studied the area, stating there would be minimal to no adverse effects. And when more information was gathered and brought back to the next board meeting, they then literally refused to listen to the experts, not allowing the additional discussion or for the info to be presented. All their traffic and safety concerns could have been addressed as part of the approval plan and included the developer to pay for them. Third, half of the board does not appear to have an understanding on how the private development process works. I'll admit, I'm no expert. However, when voting down the annexation, they seem to think this was the final approval stage of some master plan. This was simply the first step of many. All concerns for a project of this size would have had proper time to be vetted out and addressed. By not allowing this first step in the process, I fear the board has stifled future development and showed their unwillingness to work with prospective buyers and investors. Finally, it is highly suspect that Trustee Severson said her employment at Oakstone, one of the biggest opponents to this project, had nothing to do with her voting against annexation. To many, this appeared as a major conflict of interest and gives me less faith in her ability to act impartially on future projects. As it is still within the 120-day application period, I ask the board to take action now on changing their stance to allow the annexation of the land at the proposed sports complex site. A development like the proposed sports complex would be a valuable addition to the village for both businesses and residents alike. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the room that would like to give public comment? Is there anyone on Zoom that would like to give comment? Larry, would you like to give comment?
Yes, just whenever there's a discussion about potential conflicts, I like to weigh in. We did look carefully at, not reactively, but proactively, because Board Member Severson asked us to do so and found that that there was no conflict in this case, given the nature of her engagement in that organization. So I just wanted to make sure to put that in the record.
Just want to make sure that there's no one else in the room or on Zoom. All right. We'll move on and thank you, Larry, for stating that. We will move on to number 5, discuss and consider the minutes of the village board meeting on August 18th, 2025. Those meeting minutes are linked in the agenda.
I'd make the motion to approve the minutes as presented.
I'll second the motion.
There's a motion by Murphy and a second by Buenzo. Is there any other discussion or comments on the minutes?
I just had one minor
Sure.
grammar item, I'm sorry. I read everything very thoroughly. Page 2, item 8B, sentence 4, should say the word approved versus approve. Past tense.
Do you want to amend your motion to include a small edit?
Sure, that's fine.
All right, is that okay with you, Trustee Buenzo? Okay. Then on the motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. I'm going to ask the board to please consider moving 7A, B, C, and E to the front of the agenda because we do have some consultants here to give us their updates and their annual review, and then having Ellers stick around, and then also Johnson Block for the other B, C, and E agenda items, if that's okay with everyone. All right.
Do you need a motion or no?
I think so.
Okay.
So we'll move over to new business A, which is the annual review of village consultants and service providers. We have 4 tonight, and all 4 presentations are linked in the agenda as PDFs. I will throw it over to Cameron, who will then throw it over to the consultants, likely in order.
Thank you. Yep, tonight, first up, we have GEC, who we contract for our building inspection services.
And then Cameron, I'm assuming you'll pull up the screen and then move through the slides for us.
Good evening. As you said, we represent General Engineering Company. We're the building inspection services provider. We've worked in the community for 6 years now. We're in a 6th year right now. I'm Mike Parrott. I'm the Director of Inspection Services for General Engineering. This is Jim Trivian. He's your day-to-day inspector. So I'll just give a brief overview of General Engineering, and I'll default to Jim for any specifics of day-to-day stuff. So I don't know if you had any opportunity to read the packet. But General Engineering Company, for those of you who are not familiar, so our home office is Cottage. We've been in business since 1912 and started building inspections in 1998. We currently work in around 340 different municipalities, including the village of Cottage Grove, which, as I mentioned, we started about 6 years ago. We have a staff of a little over 50. Some of that's administrative, approximately 30 full-time, and then some additional part-time inspectors. Jim has all 4 UDC credentials, as well as commercial. We provide inspections for essentially everything you would think of for a building. Everything from a deck to the Amazon facility out here. So commercial projects without size or limitation. We also have a plan review. So we provide plan review services in lieu of projects going to the state. So which provides a little more kind of intimate on, in-house service that way, and typically reduced lead times as compared to the states. As far as the company, we provide obviously the building inspection. We also do, as you would think, engineering, grants and funding, zoning, different data collection as far as surveying, those types of things as a company. Building inspections related. Jim, as I said, he's your day-to-day inspector. We provide coverage for Jim should he be sick or on vacation. We also supplement Jim's day-to-day activities with other inspectors for things that are perhaps more specific, like commercial electric, commercial plumbing, those types of things. And on occasion, as out with bigger projects, we'll bring in some of our engineers to look at some of the structural components. Let's see, what else we have here. That kind of covers, that's the broad overview of what we do. So if anybody has any specific questions?
Yeah, I guess, so thank you guys for coming in and presenting today before we kick it off to the board. So part of when we bring our contractors and our professional service providers, it's for the board to understand what GEC does and what they do not do. I've had some questions from board members in the past that related to code enforcement. We don't currently contract with GEC to do any code or zoning enforcement. They're purely utilized in a building inspection capacity. I don't know if that's something that you guys do for other communities. If that's a similar question for that the board might have. Additionally, Jim and Mike and Adam have worked very closely with Lisa on digitizing, all of our building inspection requests. So we no longer receive, as of 25, we do not receive any paper building permits, which helps get everything digitized and easily accessible for open record request or any other data that needs to be shared. And so they provide a couple examples of how that portal is utilized.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jim.
I think the feedback, since we've gone strictly online, is very, very positive. We've kind of gone out of that world where the contractor steps into the office here and fills out the paper permit app and then drops off plans. We've kind of moved beyond that, and this is a very big bonus. Is I hear a lot of positive feedback on that. I think it's helped a lot, and it's streamlined things on my end as well.
Yeah, it makes for easier record keeping. Access to the records is, as you would imagine, is better than shuffling through, reams of paper. And it's a busy community, so there's every year you generate, I think we did
As of
the various
today,
types.
yeah, as of today, we're at 282 with the permits, slightly ahead of last year. I will add that it's not all big ticket items.
Mm-hmm.
Last year and this year, we've had a lot of re-roof permits due to the hail in the area, and that's been in all my communities.
Yeah.
I do other communities as well, and that's across the board. So we're there to issue those permits and get those projects rolling as well.
Other questions from board members?
Just want to say I appreciate the work moving to digital process. I think that that helps keep everybody on the same page and provides an easier way for contractors to submit the permit. So I appreciate your work on helping us transition to that and the deep bench that you help provide for our community so we have all the services covered. So I appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your business.
Yeah.
One more comment based off of prior feedback. I know you worked with the fire department pretty closely over the last couple of years to enhance those service levels. Can you maybe touch on some of the things that GC has done?
I think just we're trying to be more open in our communication. There's been times where they maybe felt that they weren't included in the process, and we're trying to improve on that. And if anything comes up fire-related in my day-to-day, I tend to go to them or at least include it. And last week was an example. We had a meeting with Amazon about something, and the fire department and myself and rep from Amazon were there. So we're trying to improve that working relationship.
Yeah, I think it's been helpful. Also, I've actually taken something from the village of Cottage Grove to some of our other communities. The all services meetings that we have a couple times a year. It's been helpful to, even from our end, to see the faces of police department, fire department, DPW, and I've actually taken that to other communities. Kind of suggested that perhaps they should do the same thing. And it's worked out nice. It does. It helps with the communication a lot.
Been a positive.
Well, thank you very much for coming.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Should we do Baker Tilly next? Amanda?
Yes, please. All right, I'll just introduce myself to get us started. I'm Amanda Blomberg with Baker Tilly. I'm a managing director here out of our Madison office, which I'll talk a little bit about moving forward here. Just a little background about Baker Tilly, especially locally. We have a team dedicated to the public sector. We do a lot of governments, especially in this area, in the Madison area, down south of Madison even. And we have about 350 employees nationwide serving the public sector. But like I mentioned, just a huge presence here in Wisconsin. The Madison-based team does work on the annual audit for the village. We also have teams that do some other types of services here and there for the village as well, which we'll talk about. For the annual audit, our job is to come in and issue an opinion on the village's financial statements. So this includes all of the funds of the village, governmental funds, the utility funds, and so forth. And part of that process involves analysis of some of the internal controls specifically related to the financial statement process. We'll wrap up that audit with a presentation of the financial highlights to you as the board. There are some annual statutory reporting requirements. Those are generally handled by village staff at this time. This includes some annual TIF reporting, Department of Revenue reporting, and PSC reporting. Some of the other services that we have provided in in the last year or so, one is the general ledger accounting system is called Cassell. It's kind of supported by Civic Systems. That was a subsidiary of Baker Tilly, and that was actually spun off in '24. So that's going to be completely separate, or it is now, as for the entire year of ¡25, but just interesting of note. TIF audits, when they're tax incremental financing districts, there are certain milestones where an audit, a compliance audit and financial audit is required of just the TIF district by itself. We will do those, perform those audits as needed when those statutes require. We'll provide some general advising and consulting services just upon request, ad hoc kind of things. And then as new reporting standards come out that affect the financial statements, we'll often provide some guidance in the form of tools or templates, complimentary webinars and articles and that kind of thing as well, and phone calls as well. Just to reiterate the objective of the annual audit, since this is kind of the biggest piece of what we do for the village, is really to provide a reasonable assurance that the financial statements are materially correct. So the information in the general ledger that the village keeps feeds into the financial statements, and we dive into that general ledger and verify the information in there, do a number of tests based on where we think, the risk of misstatement could be. So we'll go ahead and do those tests, and then we'll issue an opinion on those financial statements. An unmodified opinion is the highest level of assurance that we can give, and that's typically what the village receives on an annual basis. And then we'll spend some time, like I mentioned, on internal controls. And so we issue a document separate from the financial statement opinion that indicates any sort of internal control deficiencies that have come up during our audit. The timeline that we usually use in the fall, November into December, we'll do some preliminary work to take it kind of out of the busy time that we call busy season that falls in the springs. March is when we'll do all of our final field work. We'll get through all of the tests that we determined were appropriate. April, May, and June really are kind of that reporting process, getting through the various review levels in quality control within our firm, issuance of those final reports, because we'll do the printing of them. And then in June, we usually typically come and do that presentation of the highlights. I do want to mention we do have a few, we have a growing portfolio of different services that Baker Tilly provides. I don't do it personally. I'm an auditor for the most part, do some light consulting, but we have a lot of different kinds of teams within Baker Tilly in Madison, Milwaukee, and even outside of the Midwest that do a lot of different types of economic development type consulting. IT, we have a digital team that can pretty much, troubleshoot IT type issues in cybersecurity. Lots of consulting on new legislation that comes out, like the IRA or the Infrastructure Improvement and Jobs Act, the IIJA, lots of things like that. So if any needs come about that aren't audit related, definitely feel free to reach out, and we can see if that's something that we can help you with as well. All right. And here are the main staff of the audit. Andrea Jansen's the principal, myself, and then Ryan Chavlik is the manager in charge of the audit. Any questions?
For providing the annual audit. It's such an important process and document to have our taxpayers and residents feel confident in their local government's finances. So I appreciate your work on that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Any follow-up from Cameron?
Nope. I think the most common kind of question I get is, when Baker Tilly will come in and give a presentation, just to keep in mind, they're not municipal advisors, so their role is not to provide what we're doing good and what we could improve on. It's just a report on the financial results. So just making sure that those roles are very, very clear.
right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Pelletieri, you're up next.
Good evening, everybody. Cameron, you gonna be able to scroll through that for me? Terrific. Well, my name is Todd Bolenbach. I'm the Municipal Account Executive for Pelletieri. I handle all the village, town, city contracts and work with all different municipalities. Yeah, you could skip over to the past the agenda or the outline here. I know there's a lot of stuff still to get through tonight, so I'll try to make it as quick as possible. But like I said, I'm Todd. I'm the main contact for anything contract related, any bigger picture sort of things. Grace is our customer service manager. She's terrific. She basically runs the show over there. I hope we've been easy to work with as far as from a communication standpoint. And David Pelletieri is the new president. He was moved up to president last year. And David and his two siblings, Danielle and Tim, basically are the president and the two vice presidents of our company. But again, anything that you need would be through me or Grace from more of a day-to-day operational standpoint. Since we were chosen to service the village starting last year, basically what services we currently provide the village are your weekly curbside trash collection, your every other week recycling collection, and then we also provide the dumpster service for many municipal locations around the area. We do shredding services here at the Village Hall. We had a pretty successful annual e-waste event, which was exponentially more volume than I think any of us thought at first, which is a great thing, but I think that went over real well. And we do offer bulk item pickup services for anybody in the village as well. They can call us anytime. I got a couch I need to get rid of, an oven I need to get rid of. They can call us and we provide that service as well. Kind of some things that we do bring to the communities that we work with. Again, the bulk item, the cleanup events. We do offer a village-wide shredding event that we can put together as well, so village residents can come and take care of all their shredding needs as well. And we partner with all the communities we serve. I mean, we try to donate when we can, not only our time, we reach out from an educational standpoint. But I know we help sponsor your recent community night out. I know I've worked and done a podcast through the library about just kind of trash education, kind of what can't be recycled, things of that nature. So we really do our best to kind of reach out and obviously work on everybody's sustainability. And the more you can educate somebody on recycling, the more we can divert from the landfill, and that's really important to us. And one thing that kind of sets us apart from most people in this industry is the fact that we do have a live staff local right here in town. But it's very rare in most businesses now you can call and talk to a human if you've got a question. It's something we really hang our hats up. And more than anything, it's probably our efforts from a recycling standpoint. Pelletieri owns and operates our own material recovery facility, actually just a few miles from here, kind of off of South Stoughton Road. But all the recycling that we pick up is taken, we sort and go through all the recycling ourselves, separate it, clean it. But about 85% of everything that we get picked up is recyclable. We only have about a 15% contamination rate, so it's pretty impressive, exponentially higher than the national average when it comes to what's actually getting recycled out there. And again, like I said, our facility is not too far from here at all, and we would, I've said this before, we'd welcome anybody from the board that would want to ever come out and get a tour of our facility and actually see the recycling process, the sorting process, what kind of happens, where that ends up. It's something that we offer our community, so I'd be more than happy to give anybody a tour out there if that's something that interested anybody or any of the board members. We also have a really expanded list of recycling that's pretty cool that a lot of people don't. We take all hot, cold, to-go cups, 1 through 7 plastics, milk, juice cartons, kind of that wax line stuff that nobody could take for a long time. Things like metal pots and pans, appliances. You got an old toaster, you can throw that in your recycling bin. Just a lot of extra things that most people don't know about. We can take bag shredded paper, again, small plumbing fixtures, and something that's really great. As of this year, we can take pizza boxes, even if they're a little greasy, little cheese on them still, a little change. But no, for years I've been going around telling people that you can't recycle your pizza boxes. So I've been eating a lot of crow this year, but it's great. But yeah, no, they decided that the contamination isn't enough to do any damage to the OCC, so it's not hurting the fibers like everybody thought it was. So some additional resources to Cottage Grove. On our website, we've got almost 40 just 1-minute how to recycle videos. I know a lot of communities we work with will actually take those and repost those, or if they got a Facebook page or on their village website. Those are all for anybody to use. They're just great little tips. I know a lot of people kind of work those into different notices sometimes. We have a dedicated web page for the village. Any of our residents can go on our Pelletary site. They can click on Cottage Grove. It'll give service maps. It'll give their calendars, a recycling list, frequently asked questions. And we've got a really great new mobile app too that if you guys haven't had a chance to check out or download, I highly recommend it. It's got a great recycle right tool where you can check to see if something's recyclable or not. You can put in your address. It'll give you service reminders. I work there for a living, and I have mine set to my garbage day is tomorrow. I'll get a notification probably in about 55 minutes telling me to take my trash out tomorrow. But it's great. We've also got a system in place where it's Wisconsin, things happen, streets get missed, trucks break down, weather gets bad. So Grace can actually take a little pen and kind of circle the neighborhood if we couldn't finish it, hit a button and send out a notification to anybody that has an app like, hey, leave your cans out. We're not gonna be able to finish your neighborhood tonight. But we also try to really proactively reach out so we can get ahead of those phone calls if something happens as well. Lastly, I kind of just wanted to give just kind of some fun facts. We send out tonnage reports for waste and recycling. Year to date, well, through June anyways, we're having some system issues, so I didn't get the July numbers. But basically through the first half of the year, the village has had just south of 2 million pounds of trash that we've picked up, so about 958 tons. Monthly average is about 312,000 pounds, so if you break that down by the number of households that we serviced, every house in Village of Cottage Grove is throwing away about 135 pounds of trash every month. On the recycling end of things, about 292 tons we've picked up year to date. And again, if you break that down to the per home, it's about 41 pounds. So we're throwing away about 135 pounds of trash, and we're recycling about 41 pounds that we're picking up from recycling, which is pretty good because recycling, even though it's getting exponentially bulkier, it's actually getting lighter. You know, the glass, the phone books, things like that, we're just not seeing in the recycling anymore. But no, we feel like it's, things have been going relatively smoothly for the most part, and it's been a pleasure to serve the community. I welcome any questions, I welcome any phone calls, emails, and again, I encourage anybody that might have a time to get a few together. I'd love to give you a tour of our facility.
Go ahead, Paula.
Just one question. Back to the slide with the recycling and trash amounts. Do you have communities that recycle weekly? And
Yes.
do you see that kind of per home recycling average like that goes up if there's more collections, or is it the same amount?
Absolutely. We
Okay.
and this is a pretty heavy recycling. We run into a lot of overfilled cans in the community. But just to give you an idea, I mean, it's obviously a little bigger community, but Sun Prairie is a perfect example. They went to weekly recycling in 2023, and since then we've been able to divert almost 2 million pounds away from the landfill and have increased their recycling numbers by almost 1 million pounds. Because with every other week recycling, hate to say it, I think we've all been there. If your recycling can's full, what are you gonna do with that extra box? It's going in the garbage. It's unfortunate, but that's what happens. So by going to weekly recycling, anytime you make it easier for people, you know, as a society, everybody wants to do the path of least resistance. So if you make it easier for people to recycle, kind of like with our expanded list, people are gonna recycle more. But yeah, without question, I could do hard numbers on Middleton, Verona, Sun Prairie, there's a ton of places that have the weekly recycling, and all those, the recycling numbers have gone up and the trash numbers have gone down. So it does divert a lot more from the landfill.
Thank you, that makes a lot of sense. And I think too, as we put out newsletters and social media posts about like your expanded list, like I didn't know about pots and pans and the pizza boxes, I've seen that, right? That should increase the amount of recycling too. So thank you, I appreciate it.
And we have, like I said, we really try to, if you guys need any marketing materials, we obviously want to encourage that as well. So if you guys ever need anything from that standpoint, like something you can post, or please reach out.
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity for a little bit more social media communication surrounding trash and recycling. And I know Inga can take note of that and add that to her to-do list.
I have 2 questions or comments. First of all, thank you for what you do. And I don't know if this, I hope I'm not opening up a can of worms. I don't know if this has ever been discussed or even a possibility. In some communities, they have, oh my goodness, I'm losing my train of thought. They have recycling bins because just as you stated that, I see that in my neighborhood too. A lot of times their recycling is overflown, and so then it goes in the garbage. But in some communities, they have recycling bins just available for that. So I don't know if that's...
Are you talking like a recycling dumpster at like the village hall or something like that, or?
Yeah, so like I'm thinking of like recycling bins where I've seen where there's plastic, tin, paper, and that is picked up by the recycling company.
Well, the nice thing is you don't have to do that anymore. Because with the single stream, everything's commingled together. Again, kind of falls under the easier we can make it, the more people are going to recycle. But yeah, no, we absolutely do have that in plenty of communities that have a drop-off site where you can separate corrugated from metal and actually get a rebate back for the value of that metal or a value from that corrugated. It just depends if there's that would be a village. We are still a for-profit company. We'd be happy to give you as many dumpsters as you need.
Awesome.
But yes, that's always an opportunity.
And another good educational point, I think, is a lot of people don't really realize that putting food waste in the trash is not a good thing. And I know that the village has been working on educating people. So if you could just briefly speak to that, like what it does to the landfill.
I want to say that accounts for almost 40% of everything that goes into the landfill is food waste. There are some composting, hopefully the sustainability campus from the Dane County landfill. We work directly with them. They've run a great organization over there. We are a hauler, not a composter right now, but should that become available where there is a place that makes sense and you can take food waste and composting, we are prepared and already have plans in place to be able to service that from a hauling standpoint. We ideally down the line will get into that as well as a company. Don't have a ton of information on that right now, but as soon as there's a home, because we're only as good as where we can take something. But no, as soon as there's a home and something that's affordable to the village or town, city, whatever that may be, we would absolutely haul compost material. We actually ran a pilot program in Fitchburg that went pretty successful a few years back.
Great, thank you. I just don't think that a lot of residents are aware of what it does to the landfill. So thank you.
You bet.
Yeah, Todd, just a couple questions. Number one, appreciate everything you guys did to make a pretty smooth transition. I mean, I think the transition to Pelletier went fairly smooth from the feedback that I've gotten from residents.
Thank you.
The follow-up question to Paul, it'd be interesting to see, so we're about 3 to 1 recyclable pounds per household per month versus garbage. If we went to weekly, and that's a separate discussion, but as we think about services, what would that, if you could provide some data maybe back to Cammie, get it out to the board, what would that look like? I mean, on average, when you look at other communities, does it go from 3 to 1 to 2 to 1? Just sort of curious. I mean, if you don't have an answer off the top of your head, that's fine.
And I don't have an answer off the top of my head, but we have seen typically about a 20%, from if my memory serves me correct, increase in recycling, and usually about a 10% decrease in the trash volume. But again, I can very easily go through some of my old reports I've put together and done, but it's a lot, and again, my numbers are used for some Prairie. There's obviously
Yeah.
40,000 people that live there. It's a little different, but
Yeah,
but it does increase recycling quite substantially.
okay. The other thing was I never realized you could put pizza boxes with grease and cheese in it. When I look at our website, it has a link to your website and it says pizza boxes empty. So I think there's an opportunity for communication here, and I think what everybody else had said. It's really expanding. I think what you do at your center on the east side, the southeast side of Madison, is pretty awesome, which would be my final question is, if I wanted to get a tour over there, just reach directly out to you. We
Correct.
could set something up, that would be great.
We do have limited parking, so we ask that it's only 2 carloads of people, but we can take as many. We've got a whole educational center that overlooks our entire facility. You can see start to finish from where it's dumped off to how it's sorted, the use of our robotics, AI. I mean, it's pretty awesome. It's above my pay grade from an engineering standpoint, but it's pretty awesome.
All right, I'll reach out. Thank you, Todd.
You bet.
I think we discuss as a board every once in a while, there's been discussions of weekly recycling, and if that's something that the board would like to revisit going into budget season, I'm sure we could put some information together to maybe start that conversation.
And keep
Probably
in mind,
over-promising on that one. Cameron's
that's
giving
something
me
that
a
you could do at any time. I mean, even though we're, year 1 into our contract, I mean, you could in 2.5 years from now be like, we finally decided this is the direction we want to go. That's a really easy extra route to make. It would probably increase your cost by, if I had to guess, 15-20%, just because you're adding a 25% more route, but the recycling costs less than the trash does. But I'm more than happy at any time to put those numbers together for you. It's really easy.
Cameron?
I'll let Heidi go. And
I just had a follow-up question, because I think I recall that if you do know that you're going to have a lot of recycling, you could get a second recycling bin for your house. Is that, okay, and you would contact the customer service to have that delivered?
Yeah, they'd call us and the resident would, because we run into that, especially people with larger families or just, online shopping's gone through the roof. I mean, there's barely a day where there's not a package sitting on my porch when I get home. Yeah, part of the problem, not part of the solution.
yeah, so to kind of go back to there was extended discussion about every week recycling as opposed to every other week. And I think ultimately the feedback I was getting from residents is there's a lot of residents that don't want it and they want us to do everything in our power to keep down. And the fact that we either force everybody to do weekly pickup or people have the option to contact Pelletier, get a second cart, and have that be part of their service was ultimately why we decided, or the board decided on every other week. I probably, intermediate step to doing every other week recycling would be having a dumpster at Public Workshop for like overflow that people could bring it to there. That would probably be cheaper than every week recycling. Certainly can present those options. I think Windsor would be a good example. In 2023, they switched from waste management to Pelletier, and they switched to every week recycling. So I will get waste management numbers for 2023. You have Pelletier numbers for 2024. And we'll get that information back to what the impact was on the tons and what we could potentially see.
I did have one other item just to give feedback on. I've noticed, in the last year, our neighborhood is much cleaner after garbage day. There's not nearly as much trash just blowing around in our ponds and things. So I really do appreciate that from the drivers taking the time to make sure that all the garbage has been collected properly. And your trucks are a little quieter, so my dog appreciates that very much too. So thank you.
No, I appreciate that. We have, and we did, we got a lot of calls when we started. There was plenty of residents who were like, you guys aren't picking up my trash. If, we leave that at the driver's discretion, we want the lids closed. Obviously, if it's like, they're gonna pick it up, but they're not gonna pick up a can that's got bags of trash sitting over the top of them because they're gonna get here. That bag's gonna fall on the ground and then you got garbage all over your street. So, once we've gotten through kind of explaining that and kind of ongoing education with stuff, it's been pretty smooth. But yeah, we had a lot of angry people that we weren't picking up their overfilled cans for a while, but it's been exponentially smoother since then, and people have been really good about it.
And I'll be completely honest, there was a couple week stretch where we did have issues with garbage. people complained, and we got that information to Grace, and it was resolved very quickly. So from a staff perspective, we really appreciate that we can call Grace, email Grace, and we're getting responses typically that day within typically a half hour. So that's been really great. And they've also helped us identify customers too that should be added to our list on their route, because we maintain that as well.
Any other questions or comments for Pelletieri? Okay, thank you.
You bet. Appreciate your time tonight. Sorry for rambling so long. It was longer than I wanted to.
That's great. I can guarantee that I am over the 4 wine bottles that I put in there, which I should not admit on a recorded meeting. So we will move on to Ellers, who is going to join us for not only their annual review, but then a couple of other agenda items tonight.
So we have two people from Ellers here today. We have Harry, who's here for Greg today, and we have John Cameron, who will be presenting. So Ellers is going to do 3 agenda items at once, with obviously opportunity for questions. The first one is they're going to be their annual service provider review. The second is going to be the 2026 financial management plan, followed by their presentation on impact fees. And do you need me to share?
Yeah, if you can. So, good evening, everyone.
You are welcome to sit too. We don't make everybody stand for all the presentations.
I'll stand.
Okay.
I've been sitting all day. Good evening, Harry Allen with Ellers. So I'm one of 3 advisors that work with the village on the various different service lines that we help you all with. So who is Ellers? We're a municipal advisory shop. We have 2 locations in Pewaukee, and then our main office is out in Minneapolis. So what is a municipal advisor? It's a term that's defined in federal code. So essentially it boils down to we assist with issuance of debt. So things called municipal securities. When the village does go to market for your annual debt issues, we do assist with that through the entire process. So looking at the sizing, the structuring, the timing of that debt issuance. But that's really where our services start. So on screen is kind of just some high-level stats of really that main debt issuance side of municipal advisory. So when we look across all the clients that we represent throughout primarily Minnesota and Wisconsin, but a couple other states as well, we've advised on approximately 2,000 debt issues. In total, that's $15 billion of debt that we've assisted with issuing. So we've been ranked number 1 in Wisconsin by number and dollar amount of bond sales, number 1 nationally for competitive bond sales. So there's various different types of ways to go to market. Competitive is one of the more common ones. We've assisted more than 700 clients with continuing disclosure. So given the type of securities that you guys are offering, there are certain types of obligations that exist over the life of that debt being repaid. A lot of this debt will be out there for 20 or more years, depending on the type of security behind it. So we assist with making sure all that proper financial information is making it out there to the market. We also assist with arbitrage services. So this is basically just making sure that those proceeds that you're holding on to from your debt issuances aren't making too much money, where Uncle Sam will say we want some of that back. So just keeping you in line on that front. And then we also assist with investments. So when we look across our entire portfolio, we do assist on over $3 billion of assets under management across general funds and then borrowed debt proceeds. So this next slide is just going to give you a feel for what our team looks like when we look at our Wisconsin market specifically. So we do have 14 different advisors. We've all gone through and gotten our appropriate accreditation through the Series 50, passed an exam saying we can actually be a municipal advisor for our clients. We have fiscal consultants that help us on the back end with a lot of our work. We have disclosure specialists that help with those annual reports that are due based on your continuing disclosure obligations related to your securities. We have 2 very smart guys on arbitrage that know all about IRS tax code. They're great guys to have around because they know all the things that I don't. And then we have 3 investment advisors that assist our clients with making sure your investments are making the proper amount of money for whatever investment vehicle we're working with. And then this next slide is going to give you a little bit of background on the 3 folks that work specifically with the village. So Greg Johnson is your main contact, does a lot of the work for the village. He has over 20 years with Ellers. And then there's an echo. Okay, cool. He has a degree from University of Kansas, and John Cameron, who's also here tonight, actually my boss. He is our managing director, our leader over in Wisconsin. So he's been with Ellers for 12 years, UWM grad. And then there's me. So I'm a little bit newer. I've been with Ellers for 4 years, and then don't hold it against me, but I am an Ohio State grad. So it is what it is. And then moving on to what our service lines look like with Cottage Grove. We do have a variety of different services that we do for the village. So I'll just touch on all of these at a really high level. One that we'll be talking about here in just a moment. We do develop a long-range financial plan for both operations and capital. So that's really your ongoing annual type cost. And then those really big projects you're not going to fund all in 1 year, but you'll borrow money for and pay over time. We want to make sure we give you that full picture all in. We do advise the village on your annual debt issues, sometimes more than one, just depending on what projects are in the pipeline. We do assist with maintaining that AA credit rating that the village holds with Standard & Poor's. One of the big things that keeps that rating at that AA level is that long-term financial plan and really putting a lot of thought into where the finances of the village are going. We also assist on the economic development side. So specifically with the village, we've created 3 tax increment financing districts, and we've helped with 1 amendment. We also assist with the annual TID reporting. So new values just got released for January 1 of 25, and we're working on updating those reports for this year. Really what those look like is a forward-looking projection, so you have an idea of where those tax increment districts are right now and where we see them going in the future. Your audit gives you a good idea of where you've been, but this builds off of that and gives you that forward-looking idea. We also help with developer pro forma reviews. So when a developer comes to the village and says we need X amount of dollars to make this project happen, we like to prove that out. We are your municipal advisor. We do have a fiduciary duty to you. We have no duty to the developer. So we really are that objective third party to go in there and make sure the lowest amount of public assistance is going into that project to make it a reality. Then we also assist with paying agent services and arbitrage. Those are both related to making your debt service payments on time to the right places, as well as managing where those proceeds are held. We assist on the investment side of things. So currently we have about $3.5 million of village money that we help to invest. So that's across your general funds as well as your borrowed money through your debt proceeds fund. And then more recently, we're starting to assist on the utility side of things with some utility rate studies. So just looking at the fees that you charge for water and sewer and assisting with that with a forward-looking 10-year cash flow. So that's generally what we do for the village. It is a lot. If it's forward-looking financials, we probably assist on it in some fashion with the village of Cottage Grove.
Questions from board members for Ellers before they dive into agenda items?
So before Eller starts diving into the financial management plan, just remember a lot of what Ellers presents is based off of feedback of board members. So should there be something additional that board members wish to see or changes in how something is presented, that feedback's welcome. So that can be sent to me or sent to Greg and Harry directly on some additional information or other things that you guys might find helpful. Ellers does work in a team of 2 typically, because we've started doing our long-range cash flow analysis to bring everything together so we don't have people seeing bits and pieces of the picture. Ellers is kind of doing has their full hands around it. John Cameron is more on the utility side and impact fee side, which is why he's tonight, and he'll present after the financial management plan. But yet you're typically used to seeing Greg, but Harry is here. You guys kind of flip back and forth.
Yeah.
Depending on how many Ohio State comments he makes.
Yeah.
No.
No, there was the Ohio State. It's like a big eye roll. Should we move on to new business B, then discuss and consider the 2026 financial management plan? And if it's okay, apologies in trying to be efficient. This is budget review. It should have been under budget review. We kind of moved it up. So I'll just say that budget review committee met on Tuesday, August 19th. After approving the minutes, we did review the financial management plan, and that committee did make a recommendation to the board, which is going to lead into some of the discussion tonight. We got that checked off the agenda as well. We don't have to go back to that. So I'll turn it over for review of financial management plan.
Perfect. Just let the slides come up here. Well, we can go to the first slide here under objectives. Just for those of you that maybe the financial management process or plan process is new to, this has really taken an all-in comprehensive look of where we see the financials going for the village, typically over a 5-year window. This year we decided to extend that 1 more year, so we're going to look into that 6th year. But this really evaluates compliance with state laws and financial guidelines, and it primarily serves as a guideline for the 2026 budget, but keeping in mind those years that are following down in the future that you can help plan for and really slot in some of your capital improvement plan projects and make sure that those are hitting at times where you can see the appropriate tax impacts from those, as well as rolling in things like TIF closures. So we'll touch on all of that as we move through this. The next slide. Just to give you some background here on the update from Standard & Poor's this year. It's a lot of the same information we've been seeing for a couple of years. The financial strengths that were identified were really a strong reserve position, solid financial performance, and a really well-managed budget. The financial management framework they've considered sophisticated, proactive policies encompassing comprehensive budget, robust long-term capital and financial planning, and clearly defined policies. So a lot of this, you're very, very strong on the finance side, both on reserves and your forward-looking financial plan that you update annually. Some weaknesses, and these are weaknesses that we've made Standard & Poor's aware of, so they're not surprises to them, but they still have to identify them. Debt and liability profile is weaker compared to some peers, especially the debt burden, which is anticipated to continue to worsen based on some of the debt plans over the next 5 years. It sounds a little bad to see that as a negative. What Standard & Poor's doesn't like is surprises. Through the financial management planning process, they're aware of these, they know they're coming, they know that there's a lot of thought going into this, so that helps to kind of mitigate some of those negative impacts from that. Moving on and looking backwards before we look forward, just where has the general fund balance been? So this chart is giving you an idea of where it's been across all the different buckets that you have. So you have some money that's non-spendable, and then you have assigned money for future costs, and then unassigned money. So what this chart is giving you an idea of is how much of your general fund is available versus what your annual expenses are. And when we look over history, you were very high in 2019 through 2021, almost at 40%. You've now come down to around 30%, so still very, very strong on this front. The guideline for the village is 20 to 30%, so you're really on the high end of the guidelines that you've established for yourself. Very strong fund balance here.
We're actually higher than that number indicates. So the village had a very large expenditure, revenue and expenditure in the 2024 budget, which was the proceeds from the Amazon permit, but also the expense of the Amazon permit. So we have $1.2 million of expenditures in the general fund. That was a one-time expenditure. So if you took that out, and this was discussed at a prior debt pre-sale report, that number is actually closer to like 36%. You'll see later on in the agenda tonight, as part of this plan, we were being more conservative on this number than holding more in reserve due to the economic uncertainty. Now that things have started to kind of become more consistent and more predictable, there will be a recommendation for some spend down of those funds, and we'll discuss that a little bit more in subsequent slides.
Thanks, Cameron. Now moving on to levy limits. So at a really high level, all municipalities are really driven by levy limits across the state. So what does this mean? It means that your prior year actual levy can only increase by the rate of net new construction, or if there is no net new construction within your community, that rate is 0. There are several adjustments you can take that would either move that levy limit up or down, and the village does take advantage of those adjustments that are available. So what has strictly levy limits on that net new construction test meant for growing the levy over the past couple of years? The village has seen a lot of growth. So that percentage going back to 21 was 4.2%, and that was actually the lowest in this 5-year history here. You've consistently hit at least that and gone as high as 7.1%. On a dollars basis, this means between 100 and 180,000 per year that you've actually been able to grow your levy. Your levy has changed differently than this based on the adjustments you've claimed, but this is really what your permanent levy authority is that's allowed under statute. So growing by around 140,000 in this next budget cycle.
And Harry, I just want to touch on this. I think this is a lot of confusion we see. So the kind of one train of thought is if we don't use money to make a debt service payment, we could use that money to fund operations. That increase actually doesn't exist without the corresponding debt. And so what Harry had mentioned in this slide is these are our permanent adjustment to a portion of the levy, but the overall levy can increase or decrease depending on the level of debt service payments that are outstanding. We aren't able to, unfortunately, apply 5.3% to our full levy that we had last year. It's only, and it's roughly, I think, 50% of what we levy relates to what is considered our base levy. So what happens what is going to happen when TID 5 closes is we'll actually be taking less of a debt adjustment those years and increase our base. So you may see, I believe, we'll discuss this a little bit later, but we're going to see near a 19% net new construction next year. That does not mean we're going to increase the levy by 19%. That means that allows us to increase the base of our levy, which, yes, could be used for capital projects or other things, but not necessarily guaranteed.
Yep.
Can you just clarify what you said? So you said that 5.3% is the increase on the base levy, not the amount that's levied to pay debt. Is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay.
So debt, you have an unlimited ability within the 5% of your equalized value.
So this next slide is giving you an idea of where we see the value of the village going. So this is your TID out value. This is a value of the community that's directly paying for that levy. So your operating levy and your debt levy. If we look at what it's going to be or what it was for this year, it was around 1.07 billion. You had just crossed that $1 billion threshold for taxes paid in 2025. There was a pretty sizable growth, around an 11% increase for this next budget cycle. So that's jumping up to around almost 1.2 billion. And then we see that jumping up substantially for the 2027 budget. And that's driven primarily by the closure of TID 5. And then there's also the Heyday development, which is going forward, which is not within a tax increment district. So that will provide a direct benefit here to the value of the village that is going to pay for the levy. So just to put that in perspective, 1.2 billion for this next budget cycle in 26, then 1.5 billion for 2027. So that is a substantial increase in your TID out value coming. And then looking at how we project forward the revenues, this is kind of the story all across the state. Non-levy revenues have maintained relatively flat over time. So we've assumed that trend really does continue. Act 12 helped a little bit with some more state shared money coming to municipalities, but it was not really enough to move the needle for anybody. So we're just keeping some of these projections really low. So the shared revenue does grow now as the state sales tax collections increase. So that's set at 2% increases, which is about what DOR has told us to expect. Transportation aids increasing at 2%. Special charge for refuse and recycling, increasing at 2%. Everything else we really held flat on the revenue side. So any increase in expenses outside of these 2% growth in these three buckets would be borne by the levy.
So that's something where we're conservative on the revenue side. Should the board want to take action to raise certain rates for like rentals or other things, that's certainly something we could incorporate into a future financial management plan. But this plan does assume kind of flat revenue.
And then flipping the coin and looking at the expense side of things, we basically take a line item analysis of the prior 5 years for the village and put all those costs into different buckets and put an inflationary factor onto those to figure out where your expenses might be going. So commodities, we put at 2%, employee insurance, that's been just a higher expense for everybody. We put that at 5%, insurance more generally, still at 5%. Services growing at 2%, and then wages at 3%. And I know the numbers get really tiny here, but if we look at the 25 budget, the village had around 7.2 million in revenues. Budget was balanced, so 7.2 million of expenses. And then moving forward to 2026, this is just the operating side of things, so we're not on the debt at all here. 2026, we are showing about a $440,000 increase in revenues, driven by those increase in expenses, and then about a $230,000 increase in 27 and maintaining a similar trend over the 6-year planning period. So those revenues are really a solve for where your expenses are going.
And so one of the things that was discussed already in prior meetings is the pay per call model for the fire department. So you'll see in 2025, the fire budget amount goes from approximately 154,000 to about 237,000. Again, some EMS and other things are predicted, not necessarily using the flat percentages that have been provided, but estimated based off of what has been provided to me, as of the creation of this report.
Now we're going to switch gears a little bit here and talk about debt. So this sheet that's on screen right now is a summary of your existing general obligation debt. So this is before we add in any of your capital improvement plan projects. If we look at 25, working left to right, there was about 4.9 million of GO debt payment. Not all of that was supported by the levy. So you do have other sources that you borrowed money for projects that are revenue producing, and you use those revenues to pay for the debt service that was created from those projects. So looking at some of those, a lot of them are your tax increment districts. So TID 5, TID 6, TID 7, and TID 9 all had debt service paid in 2025. Then you also have some sewer and water debt that was borrowed on a general obligation basis, but you actually pay that debt service with those utility revenues. You also have some debt service premium, which is left over from the pricing of some of your existing debt. And then all the way to the right, you have debt service fund balance, general fund balance, and TID 5 surplus. These are kind of your one-year budgetary type adjustments that there's not necessarily debt assigned to that, but this is revenue that the village has and is using to abate the levy need in those specific years. So looking at what we're modeling here for 2026, there are some additional abatements coming into play. So debt service fund balance of 100,000, the general fund balance of 250,000, and then the TID 5 surplus, which when tax increment districts do close out with a positive fund balance, that positive fund balance is shared across all the taxing bodies. So just earmarking some of that money for abating the levy for debt service at 200,000. So looking at the overall debt service levy for 2026, just shy of 2 million at 1.93 million. So a bit of a step up from where you were in 2025, about a $400,000, $370,000 increase from 2025.
So this is strategically planned. Typically, I am not a component of spending fund balance down. This is an example of a one-time, as we bridge to the closure of TID 5, a way to effectively reduce the tax rate to help get us to a year where that more of that burden is then kind of brought back onto the overall tax roll. So what you'll see in here is modeled of the $900,000 TID 5 surplus, 200,000 here, 600,000 is being used to offset capital project, and then another 50,000 is being recommended to be spent down further in 26 for the general fund to help offset the increase for fire year over year. So that allows us to take the kind of a step approach for the fire department, so it doesn't have to all be absorbed under the levy in 1 year. So when I bring back a budget pending feedback, you would expect to see numbers similar to that being presented in an itemized budget, and which is why I asked Greg and Ellers to separate those 3 key items, because they do represent a spend down of resources on hand.
So of the 1.935 million, the net debt levy?
That's the anticipated net debt levy, yep.
And what sort of the magnitude of debt we've got, the 50 million or whatever, what level of debt is that servicing?
I might need some clarification. So if you kind of start to the left.
So outside of the TIDs and the other sources, the levy's going to contribute $1.9 million towards debt service.
Sure.
The question is how much, what's the level of that debt? Because it's principal and interest. I was just curious if you knew that.
So if I'm understanding correctly, the debt service levy is 1.9 of the 5.2 million total debt service. So a little bit less than 50% is being serviced principal and interest by the debt service fund. Is that what you're asking?
So essentially it's about $20 million worth of debt?
Oh, what the total outstanding debt is?
No, the outstanding debt that's not covered by the TIDs and the utilities.
Oh, I will get that answer to you as we get towards the end of the presentation.
So looking forward, now that we have that baseline understanding of where your debt is now, what are we adding into the model? This is updated with some recommendations from the Budget Review Committee. So this is looking at really your GO side. So before we get into the utilities, looking at 2026 and forward, there are really 2 baseline items that the village would be funding annually. This is your vehicle and equipment replacement, right around 1 to 1.1 million per year, and about the same amount for road, street, and trail maintenance. So those would be structured over the useful life of the asset, so 5 years for your vehicle, and then 10 years for your road, streets, and trails. And then there's some larger ticket items as you move down the page. So the police station is obviously the big one, right around 15 million. There are some non-debt revenues that would be used to pay for a portion of that project, so around 600,000 of offset there. And then there's some other trail and street lights projects that are going to be funded here in 2026 as well. 2027, there's some specific larger scale street reconstruction projects as well as a park project, and then the associated offset there through park development fees. And then moving to 2028, some other road and ladder truck replacement, as well as the offset related to the ladder truck. And then the reason why we added that 6th year into the plan is so that we could capture 2031, which is where the fire and EMS station is slotted to be funded. So that's sitting around $8 million for right now.
So at the end of the presentation, we'll come back to the slide 12 because I'll provide some additional context to what happened from prioritization to budget review to here, as well as there's some supplemental packet items that were included that can contribute to those conversations.
And then I was told to turn it to you, Cameron, for this one to talk about the police station cost.
So I just, what I don't want there to be is confusion about the total cost of the police station. So if we go to the previous slide 12, you'll see 14.9 million. That's obviously not the total cost of the police station. However, we've already incurred, or we've already borrowed for $1,095,000, which related to the design and engineering of the architecture of the building. So I just wanted to make sure in this document was captured what the full estimate was. This should not be new to anybody at the board, but should there be public reviewing this document, and I wanted that to be readily available. I also wanted to make this very clear. There's zero, regardless of, for the 2026 taxes that will go out in December of 25, the police station core borrowing will not have any impact on the levy. Those levy payments will start in 2027. So the operating and debt service payments, we won't make a payment in 2026 for those construction payments. That will be built into the levy starting in 2027. Because as you'll see in the kind of subsequent slides, there is, again, a sizable increase that's being projected in the levy. But again, wanting to make this abundantly clear that 2026 has nothing to do with the police station project.
Then I'm not going to go into a ton of detail in these next two slides, but this is your water and then your sewer capital improvement plan. So on the water side, some well improvements, some loop projects, and main replacement. So 2026 is a larger year for water, around 4.1 million, then dropping to 1.7 in 27. 28's really light, around 100,000. So just really varying substantially by year just based on what those projects are. Sort of a similar story here with sewer as well, around 340,000 in 2026, 1.3 million in 2027, and then some lower amounts until you get to 2031 with 2.4 million planned. One update here with how sewer and water are projected to be funded from what we discussed last year. Last year we discussed potentially needing to issue revenue type debt, which comes at a slightly higher interest rate than your general obligation debt, given it's a slightly less secure investment for the purchaser of that debt. But now that we've seen some more clarity on where Amazon is going to value out at, and that the CIP has been revised to remove some larger scale projects, we actually show that your utilization of the geo debt capacity will be low enough that you could move sewer and water back to general obligation debt and take advantage of that lower cost overall.
And that has a pretty significant impact on water and sewer from a rate perspective. So I know that isn't under scope on what we're discussing tonight, but I do want to say that is a very positive development that we were able to shift away from revenue bonds. I'm not saying we're always going to be able to avoid it, but the current plan has projected that for now we can plan on issuing geo debt for those projects.
And then just giving you a high-level summary here of where we project the interest rate to be for these future borrowings. 2026, the $21 million borrowing, we're estimating around 4.25%. If rates stay relatively flat, that has a small amount of cushion in it from where the current market is, probably only 10 to 15 basis points. So 2027, it's hard to say exactly where interest rates will be there, so we set that at 4.75%, smaller borrowing compared to 26 at around 7.5 million. And then the future borrowings, we ran at 5%, which would be pretty elevated for geo debt, but just to be really, really conservative within the model. 5.6 million in 28, 3.5 in 29, another 3 in 2030, and then you see that 31 would be elevated from the fire and EMS facility at around 14 million.
And so this is one of the safeguards too on making sure that we're presenting a realistic budget, that we're never presenting something that all of a sudden comes back significantly higher. So by putting those elevated interest rates on the tail end, while that's a little bit higher than historic rates, it does allow us to kind of model what could happen should interest rates be elevated.
Then this next slide is giving you an all-in look on where your geo debt is. So the only thing we're carrying over on the left from that earlier slide is what the levy impact is of that debt service. And then moving to the right in the orange, we add in all of the new general obligation debt, and then really your only two abatement sources with this update would be water and sewer. There's no TID borrowings or other types of revenue producing borrowings planned at this moment. So this would have that levy going from 1.9 million estimated for 26 up to 3 million in 2027. But 2027, if you recall from earlier, that's also when that TID 5 closure will be hitting the value of the village. So when we get to the overall tax impact here of these levy increases, that might give you some more clarity on what the impact will be to taxpayers.
So just to kind of point out to the magnitude, so from 2026 to 2027, we're seeing $1 million increase related to debt service payments, but taxes are actually anticipated to go down in the model that you'll see in subsequent pages.
And then touched on this at a high level earlier, but just looking at your geo debt capacity and where this is really freed up from our update last year. 2024, you ended up using 52%. We're estimating 25. We'll end using 41%. And then with these borrowings coming up in 26 being your larger one, still ending 26 at 51%, and by the end of the planning period at 45%. So I would call this relatively flat from your geo debt utilization perspective, and really no concerns from your ability to fund future projects or really from like a rating impact standpoint of using too much of your limit. And then this is a real fun slide where we kind of try to take everything and put it all in to figure out what the impact would be to taxpayers. So just here at the top, before we get to the very bottom, we have run some tax impact projections here, and we based it on 100,000 of equalized value. So there's two types of values that exist here. There's assessed value and equalized value. Assessed value only gets updated every couple of years. Equalized value is adjusted every year. So that's really your true market value, and that's what we've used for our tax impact projections. So if you're looking at your own tax bill, make sure you're looking at equalized value to figure out what the impact would be to you. Looking at the budget for 2025, there was $4.6 million of levy that went for the general fund, $1.56 million that went for debt service, getting into that overall levy of $6.15. So that's about a 12% increase from 2024. At that same time, you saw about a 12% increase in your equalized value that was supporting that levy. So when we look at a tax rate basis, from 24 to 25, you went from $5.78 to $5.75, so almost flat there on the tax rate, a slight decrease. 2026, we actually show you going back up to $5.78, so really right back to where you were in 2024, and that's a levy increase of 11%, almost the exact same change that you saw in your TID out value again this year. Looking at 2027, that is the first year where you have that elevated geo debt payment from that new CIP debt. So your overall levy jumping to around 8.2 million. That's a 19% increase. But at that same time, you're seeing a 28% increase in your value. So you're seeing a downward shift in your tax rate, and a fairly substantial one. So moving from 578 down to 537. And from there, going forward, you're seeing some slight increases through 2031, back up to around $5.94.
So when we're looking at this, and when we have future discussion, really focused on 26 and 27. After that, while we can have some discussion about that, there are a lot of variables that are baked in there. And so as we get closer to those years, this is just to show our rating agencies that we have a plan for past there. But it's my recommendation that from an operating perspective, we don't go too much in the weeds for 28, 29, 30, and 31. This is my slide. Because of how we presented the information on the previous slide with equalized rate, the average home value each year, while the assessment doesn't change, equalized value does change. And so the current estimated, so you've heard me say 315,000 is the average equalized or assessed value home, probably over and over again. So that hasn't changed since the last time we've done a revaluation. So we're at approximately 70% assessment ratio. So we got to the 450,000 average home in 2026 by taking the 315,000 divided by the 70% to get to the 450,000 average equalized value. So when you're multiplying your home each year, would be the average impact year to year over the plan. kind of through the budget process, we'll do some kind of messaging and some diagrams that show where you can find the equalized value on your tax bill. You can also find that information on Access Day Now. That information is available, so it will show both equalized value and assessed value.
So this assumes what, 3 3/4 annual increase? Is that what it is?
Yes, it will match a previous slide. And so one kind of keynote with that is, should the equalized value increase be less or more? That's just going to change the base value. So you end up at the same tax rate value. But to keep everything consistent, I made sure I adjusted the average home by what was in the model. I'm just making sure I have the right number. Yep, 3.75. And I will say there could be some discussion in the future. I didn't want to change methodology. We probably should consider median home value after the next revaluation. We have some newer homes that are kind of skewing, I would say, what the average is. But I'd welcome that discussion towards the end of this presentation. I'm getting there.
Okay. This one's just helpful to have up on screen because we're going to go a little into the weeds on how the levy limit calculation works, just based on some of the comments Cameron made here at the top.
Just keep going.
Couple more.
There we go.
There we go. So I am going to focus on the 2025, 2026 column, so 3 in, and just kind of walk you through how the math works here so you can understand what's happening with your levy from a state allowable adjustment for your upcoming 2026 budget. So how the form works is it will pull in what your total levy was for the prior year, add in your state shared payment to get you up to kind of this base of 6.18 million. From there, they're going to net out certain adjustments. For the village, the main one that gets netted out is that geo debt adjustment. So that is a 1-year plug into your levy, really used to balance out your budget. For your 25 budget, that was 3.46 million. So that gets pulled out of that 6.18. Then you're down to a net levy of 2.7 million. That net levy of 2.7 million, that's what that net new construction rate actually gets applied to. So looking for your 26 budget with that net new construction rate of 5.3%, that is going to allow you to increase that base levy by $144,339. From there, they take out your personal property aid payment for the following year, and that gets you to an unadjusted levy of $2,832,451. That if that's all you're allowed to levy, the village would be bankrupt overnight. So you have an adjustment that you can claim. And that adjustment that you claim is what's known as Adjustment E. That is your adjustment you claim for general obligation debt service. That is allowed, or you're allowed to claim up to your total principal and interest payment for GO debt in the following year. You don't need to claim that whole amount. So looking at your GO debt payment for 26, I have it here somewhere. It's probably on the sheet.
So in the beginning of levy limits, what a lot of communities saw is not having to take that adjustment. So not having to take any of the debt service fund adjustments for the levy. And as the years have progressed, more and more communities have had to use that adjustment, but also take that negative adjustment in the subsequent year. The gold standard, if we were allowed to, would be not to have to use that debt service adjustment, but it's practically impossible to do. There's nothing about this worksheet that makes logical sense to me. Frankly, the way levy limits are constructed forces municipalities to borrow for capital expenditures. So what we get stuck in is kind of this revolving debt loop with having to issue debt for projects and then pay it off. So there's when we can, we try to minimize the term on the debt limit, so we're minimizing the amount of interest we pay. So if something's only 3 years, we can still take the debt adjustment, but we're going to pay it off sooner in the debt service schedule. And that's what I work with Greg and Harry on, is identifying what makes sense to levy and from a debt service perspective, and how aggressive can we be on some of the repayment schedules to make, but not be too aggressive where we're driving up the tax rate significantly.
So when I look at the levy surplus, that very bottom line, so that's taken us to an operating referendum at some point.
And I should, for the first time in a long time, there's no shortfall at all. So those are actually represent true surpluses. I'd like to say that the village will continue to develop and continue the positive trend on not needing a referendum. The cost of the increased cost in public safety in general is what's driving a lot of municipalities to referendum. And so you'll see safeguards like Act 12, where the state compromised and said, we'll give you more money, but we'll cap it and say, you can't touch public safety. Any adjustments you have to do in the future come from everything else. So it ended up kind of being a little bit of a compromise, but in the current plan, it is not projected that we will need to go out a referendum for our services.
Yeah, no, I see that, but the trend is alarming. And so the question is, what do you do now so that 5 years from now, we don't have that problem, right? I mean, that's really what we need to be considering.
Yep, and so I hope the last couple plans show the work that's been done with Ellers and our group to make sure that we don't run into it. I mean, as early as 2 years ago, we were showing almost a $1 million and $1.5 million deficit in the plan. And so what we do is we don't want to make any decisions that are going to make that situation worse.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
And you've done a great job.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Obviously, I look at a trend and it's indicative of what is 32, 33, and we don't want to get there. So it's, when you see something like that, what do we need to do? And I think you've been doing that. And it's just right now the trend still shows we need to continue to keep our eye on the ball. So I appreciate everything you're doing on that.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Another thing too is we kind of have a trigger point on when to include development in the financial management plan. So we have to be almost certain that that development's going to move forward. So in last year's plan, we did not have Heyday included in the financial management plan. And so while we estimate high level, this is what we think development's going to happen in the village, we definitely err on the side of being conservative. So when bigger projects like this, it definitely helps out the picture pretty significantly. It wouldn't surprise me, as kind of discussed at a prior meeting, if the tyranny development brought on tax base that would potentially help this future burden, because that's outside of a TID district.
If anything, the trend has been, the previous financial management plan in January, I think, still showed a bit of a deficit. So if anything, the trend is starting to reverse where we don't have that problem. And maybe you can speak to a little bit to the later we go out, years 31, 32, it gets a little bit harder to predict, where we're much more solid in the short term.
Yep.
And then also to explain that big jump for that 1.2 million to 400,000 from 26 to 27, that really has to do with some of your existing debt. You have TID 5 debt sitting out there that has these larger payments, and that fully rolls off in 2027. So once that's gone, that causes a pretty big change in your allowable levy there. Then the only other thing I'd point out on that slide is just keep in the back of your mind in 2027, there will be an extra bump to that base levy based on the closure of TID 5. So that closure should add around 310,000 of permanent levy authority going forward. And then this chart is giving you an idea of where the overall levy and overall tax rate is going. So you're seeing the levy is growing year over year, but the tax rate is really staying relatively flat with that substantial dip in 27 and then kind of creeping its way back up. And then a really high-level TID overview here. We are working on updating the TID annual report, so those will be available soon for the annual Joint Review Board meeting. But TID number 5, its latest value is pushing 260 million. It does close here in 2026, impacting the 27 budget. TID 6, 3.1 million in incremental value. That does have some debt assigned to it. We're expecting that one to close out in 2031. TID 8 has $5 million of incremental value. Final collection year in that is 2039. It does have existing PAYGO incentives in place on that one. TID 9 has 55 million of incremental value. Final year is also out in 2039. That does support some debt service for land acquisition. And then TID 10 is Amazon, so some substantial growth coming within this one. 40 million of incremental value as of 1/1/25. Final collection out in 2039, and the primary cost for that one is pay as you go. Then just a couple of summary items here. So the average levy change in the updated financial management plan over the 6-year window is 12%. The average equalized tax rate over that 6 years is $5.64, so a little bit lower than where you are here in 2025. And then your max geo debt capacity hits in 2027 at 51%. That was a lot of information, but if there's questions, discussion, we can do that.
I'm going to open the floor for general questions, and then we'll dive into specifically the capital project deck, and then we'll kind of address any other questions. So in general, what questions do you have for either Harry or myself on the financial management plan?
I just have a comment. 25 S&P report. Obviously, you know, you guys do a really nice job with the FMP and the financial planning. But when our debt and liability profile is weaker compared to our peers, that jumps out, right? We want to be better than our peers, right? And so where would our debt level need to be kind of right with our peers?
And because S&P issues debt at a national level, peers is a broad term. They'll consider peers, I believe, up to 100,000 population when I talked to AJ. So I was even hesitant when I was first reviewing this to have this included. Really what growing communities see is a larger amount of debt. So it doesn't make sense, for example, to compare Cottage Grove with Monona, because Monona is mostly developed, whereas Cottage Grove has a lot of development and a lot of infrastructure required to support that development. So I can't put a dollar amount, but I will say that this report was also issued prior to the issuance of our 2024 financial statements, which was also prior to the significant reduction in debt service for the planned police project. There was library discussions when this was talked about. So it was something that was warranted having a comment in there, that there weren't downward pressure that was specifically called out in the S&P report, but S&P felt it was important to include it to make sure that the reader understands that the village intended to take out significantly more debt compared to what its peers were at that time.
And I'll add to that, saying that's a good question for Standard & Poor's when we go through the rating process next year. They don't do a scorecard or anything that gives you really defined metrics as to how you rank against everybody else. Moody's does. It's very helpful. Standard & Poor's, some of it's more behind the scenes, but we'll bring it up through the next rating update process and get some more clarity.
And, you know, with my conversations with AJ, so I followed up with AJ after the last rating, and we had a good conversation about what can the, you know, what is the village doing good? What can the village improve? And, you know, based off of the last financial statements, our reserve levels in the general fund have kind of finally made it to a point where there can at least be the beginning of the discussions of a possible upgrade. I don't want to obviously ever guarantee anything, but because of the financial performance and the reserve levels, we've kind of triggered in their scoring methodology, at least discussions where it's something that could be talked about.
Other general questions on the FMP? Otherwise, there are, do you want to recap the budget review recommendation, which leads us into the attachments 2, 3, and 4 under this discussion item?
Yeah, and if it's okay, I'm gonna have Harry sit down, and if we need him, we'll call him back up. As we kicked off the capital prioritization process, the village board gave feedback to kind of consider two things in the capital prioritization plan and the financial management plan going forward. And so that was to look and see what improvements to Progress Drive would look like sooner than planned, as well as there was some feedback about the timing of when Community Park would need to be done. So it was discussed at Village Board that 2027 appeared early compared to where it scored in the the capital prioritization process. I'll have Inga and Sean go over the attachment related to Community Park. After the capital prioritization plan, the village started planning kind of that 2026 budget process, which included having some preliminary discussions with CIVMIC about what potential liabilities do we have by keeping Community Park open and operating, knowing that we've made improvements to other portions of the park but haven't addressed ADA, specific ADA related things to the shelter. Now, a lot of what the requirements are somewhat up to interpretation, and legal is working on their formal review of what those requirements possibly could be. It's definitely something we wanted to bring back for consideration. So that was discussed at length at the Budget Review Committee. Additionally, at the Budget Review Committee, I informed that group that the fire department has an account, and it's essentially an equipment replacement called the Pleasant Springs Fund. Kim from the town worked on separating out what our balance is of that account that I had not accounted for as a reduction in the ladder truck, which you'll see in this updated plan shows $180,000 of revenue used to offset that future, and that dollar amount's only gonna go up. And so I wanted to keep in the plan what that balance was as of the date that the draft was, but it should be assumed that as Pleasant Springs makes their contributions to that fund as part of their contract, that will further reduce those obligations. And so what you'll see in front of you tonight is a plan that is kind of a combination of feedback, but certainly not a final product and what should kind of be discussed tonight. And so in talking with Kyla specifically about Progress Drive, there's really two options. She believes that should there not need to be additional funding allocated, that she can rearrange the streets where Progress Drive and the kind of corresponding areas are included in the 2027 planned replacement cycle. Option 2 would be provide the additional funding, and along with the planned streets, Kyla and her team would work on the Progress Drive intersection as well as the repavement along that road. So that's kind of decision 1 to talk about tonight. Decision 2 would be the future of community shelter. Is the timing of the community shelter replacement, which if it would stay in the plan as directed, we would need to start spending some architecture and engineering dollars on coming up with a plan for 2027. And so that's additional discussion. And then kind of unformatted discussion would be any other feedback you have in the capital project deck.
Should we take these items one by one?
Sure.
So should we have the conversation about Progress Drive first, the two options that were presented?
Yep, and before we go too much in the weeds, remember, this is a plan, so we can revisit this next year. Kyla just wanted to be able to provide the options based off of what feedback was given at the budget review, or at the capital prioritization final meeting. So we don't have to make any final decisions on those projects.
So can you refresh our memory? It would be slating the Progress Drive, and did it also include the connection to Bakken on Vilas potentially? That would be in 27, after the police station's open, to kind of finish that out. What would it be? And then the other option was, I mean, if she can reshuffle it around, but what would it be taking the replace of?
It would be massively changing the 2027 replacement streets and the 29 streets. So she would want to get it to the point where there'd still probably be slightly more than the annual allocation based off of the area that would need to be replaced. However, she'd be able to kind of shuffle it around. And so,
Hey, Cam, can I interject real quick?
of course.
So Cameron is speaking accurately, except it would be 2028 and 2030 for the reallocations for the streets pavements, not 27 and 28. So with the police station being completed in 2027, whether it's quarter 1 or quarter 2, I wouldn't recommend that Progress Drive be repaved as to correlate around that same time as that building is opening, that we would wait an entire year. So we could either do it in 2028, where we would add more budget funds to 2028 for Progress Drive, or I would switch up the streets for 2028 and 2030.
Thank you, Kyla. So just so the board is aware, I got them years messed up. So what Kyla said was we switched to doing road replacement every other year. We actually don't have any roads scheduled for 2027. So the year that we're talking about possibly reallocating would be 2028 is when Progress Drive would be done. And then she would reallocate between 2028 and 2030, because those are the years that those projects will be done.
But that's where Progress Drive is in FMP.
So I added
2028.
Progress Drive as an additional expense based off of feedback from the capital prioritization process, because it was mentioned that could be a possibility of or should be addressed in the near future based off of pavement condition. So the board asked me to bring back kind of what that would look like if we added it to the project deck. I'm not necessarily saying
that was board direction, I think, from a couple of months ago. And so I'm in favor of keeping it added in as an additional project versus reshuffling the years 28 and 30. Because I think that should be an addition along with the police station project. And I don't want to push or reshuffle other projects that we know that the other roads are starting to fail or are needing some additional repairs, and I'd like to keep it
So I
in as an
missed, Kyle. I
addition.
thought you said no roads. So when I look at roads and streets, 1,077,000 in 2027, but there are projects.
Yeah, so this would be a capital project outside of the annual, I shouldn't call it annual, semi-annual road, like not reconstruction, but repaving. So this would just be kind of an off-scheduled year. I'm going to pull up open attachment that can help visualize this.
I think the question is that there's $1 million slotted in every single year where the road constructions are happening every other year. And if you could just speak to why that is laid that way.
Yep. And so because plans change frequently, what we did is instead of for the vehicles and equipment and the road maintenance, the plan will just show what the annual allocation is, even though it's not the exact dollar amount and when we would do those improvements, because construction's costs, the road placement changes, the construction costs change so much that this is more of kind of a like over the 10-year time frame, we're really looking to stay within approximately, with inflation, $11 million of road repaving outside of reconstruction. And so a document that I think the board will find helpful is this one. So in this plan, you'll see in 2026 we have $1,051,000 tentatively slated. In 2027, this is just pulverization and repaving. In 2027, while the guidelines would allow us to bring a budget forward that had $1,077,000, we're only going to bring a budget forward of $215,000. And in 2028, we're going to get recognized some scope.
So you're going to carry 862 out of that budgeted $1,077,000 to cover part of that 2.1. Okay, I got it now.
Yeah, and so where I misspoke was I spoke that there were roads slated in 27. That's not correct. So you see Progress Drive in 2030. A lot of the 2030 roads would be shifted to 2028 and vice versa if you wouldn't treat that basically as that Progress Drive project as a major project, which would pull it out of this bucket and treat it as a standalone project. That Kyla's recommendation would be to shift the projects, or you can just add basically additional resources.
Can you slide over so we can see the rating on the 2030 projects?
Oh, of course.
So that's kind of like what we've done with Alley Street, right? It was slated to get repaved, but because it needs additional work, it became a separate capital project.
Yep, so yes, reconstructions are treated differently because there's a higher cost of the project. And normally whenever there's utilities involved, it's pulled out of, because it's no longer maintenance. And we're taking the whole road out and putting a base layer on and pavement.
And we're going to end every other year because that just increases efficiencies and the amount of kind of like miles we can cover.
Yep.
Okay. But it looks like the ratings are similar for the roads in 2028 and 2030. So really, if we were to kind of like flip-flop.
Yeah, I think what ends up happening is there might be even a compromise that maybe that bucket's just increased a little bit, and maybe another road or two that we can also add. I don't necessarily think the default would have to be adding that separate project to the existing plan. I think next year we could either shift these roads or come with a solution that doesn't necessarily significantly increase what we're asking. We'll also know, like for the police station project, again, I'm hoping we don't have to, but there might be leftover contingency that's built into that project that can be rolled forward to say, hey, we have an extra $300,000 based off of what was underspent in contingency. Let's roll that into and do more road projects that year.
And these PACE ratings are all as of like today, right? It's this, or is it projecting out? Like the 2030 Progress Drive, is that taking into account construction traffic?
It is not. So okay. These are the ratings based off of the current state, not what the projected degradation is.
Okay.
Part of the reason is we didn't want to put like a 3 or a 4 in a future year, and then maybe there was 5s, and they're like, well, why aren't we doing? Again, we can show whatever you guys need to.
But I think the consensus from the board previously has been to move up the Progress Drive, and I don't know if that's still a consensus to move this up.
But I thought we discussed that it wouldn't happen until the police station construction was complete, right? Okay.
So I think maybe the feedback on this item could be to bring this back at the next year with a compromise solution, and plus we'll have a little bit more information.
Yeah, and so when I take this back to Ellers, what I'm hearing is it probably shouldn't be in 27, it should be in 28. Based off of when the police, that, and you know, talking with Kyla, that does help the engineers also get an idea of what traffic is. They can get kind of updated counts based off of the building and the use. So that would be helpful. So I'm seeing general consensus on moving that to 28.
Moving to 28. Is that enough information on the Progress Drive? And I think that there's still, I'm still interested in making the project includes the connection to Bakken Park.
Thank you. And then, Sean, are you ready?
Do we have to discuss the, while you're pulling up the other ones, the funds, for the Pleasant Springs funds for fire engine?
Just an FYI.
Okay.
No, it was kind of additional information that, as Kim and I work more and more closely together, it's just things that come to light that I wasn't aware of. I will say it is the Fires Commission ultimate responsibility to allocate those funds, but I guess I would to me, those are the best use of those funds. So I would ask our representatives to make sure that that's at least considered.
So is the $180,000 offset shown in the FMP in 2028, is that the Pleasant Springs credit is what we're talking about?
And that's the amount, that's the dollar amount that there's in that account that's ours today.
Okay, so that's the updated number. Okay, thank you.
And so my goal would be to update that annually to what that respective value is.
Thank you. All right, community shelter.
Community shelter. Okay, I'll give you a quick overview of where we're at with things with community. Shelter built in 1978, so it's a little bit older. In the 2018 ADA compliance plan that we put together, that's when Community Park was really started to be identified as possible issues there, or not possible, but that we had some issues. So it showed up in the financial management plan for replacement in 2020, scheduled for 23. So then it just kind of graduated and moved forward. In 21, we did the playground and added the pickleball courts, but the project, including the shelter, was just too much to put it all into one. So at that point, it got moved out to 2024. Then in 23, it didn't score real well in the rating from the village board, and then in 20, it was scheduled for 25. So between now and the 24 budget, the board suggested that we kind of eliminate it from the plan. I think that a lot of it had to do with the library and the PD and a bunch of things coming in there. Can we just push this thing out a little bit farther? In the meantime, we took a look at what can we do there and what is the life of this shelter. So we reached out to Strand and had them come in and take a look at the overall condition of the shelter, just so that we could actually come to the board and say, hey, we can get 5 to 10 more years life out of this if we just do this, this, and this at a $300,000 cost or somewhere in that area. Or if we do that, is that really extending the life of that shelter? And what Strand came back with, and I'll let Ty speak to this, but was that anything that we do right now is probably in a 2 to 5 year Band-Aid. So that's where that kind of brings our shelter back to the forefront a little bit.
Yeah, Sean, kind of, by the way, Tyler Wallen with Strand. I don't know if I've met all of you formally, but look forward to presenting to you guys at the next board meeting. But Sean mentioned, 1978, the structure was built. Josh and our team put together kind of 3 options, and Sean already alluded to the one, which was kind of the 2 to 5 year Band-Aid. And if you see in Josh's, the attachment number 3 there, the email kind of lists out what some of that is. The bathrooms are kind of the area where it's lacking a lot in the ADA category. There's steps going up into the bathroom. The stalls in there are not ADA compliant. The fixtures, the toilets. So that kind of is addressed by the first option. But again, that's just kind of a temporary fix that doesn't address the entire structure and the entire shelter. You're still going to probably have to go with another option after that 2 to 5 year kind of period. So that's kind of what you see in options 2 and 3, which would be a new shelter with all ADA compliant restrooms, new electrical equipment, and then option 3, which was kind of the do it all kind of option, which was the 4-season shelter. But yeah, those are kind of the 3 options that we put together for Sean. I don't know if you have anything else you want to add to that.
Yeah. Mostly, we just want to figure out a spot to put this in so that we know what we're looking towards. We've been recommended by CIVMIC that we really shouldn't probably rent this out as a shelter reservation over the next year, couple years, whatever it is, until we get that fixed. So we really want to drop it into the plan and just hopefully that it stays there and we can identify the fact that we have picked out a date for this to be replaced, for lack of a better term.
Just as was mentioned, we're working on determining to what extent what CIVMIC has recommended is actually required. I suspect we're going to be telling you that it's not. I think that and I respect this, it's their job to be as careful as you can possibly be when it comes to liability. But I don't think that our recommendation will be, our interpretation of the rules will be that you have to close and not use that shelter. As was mentioned in the memo also, if you wanted to have a temporary improvement so that, outside of what you're required to do, if you wanted to make it accessible from a bathroom standpoint, you could always get a accessible portable toilet and manage it that way. I don't know what the cost of that would be, but there's the have to and there's the want to, and just make sure you keep those in mind. I think it's very likely that we'll be just kind of wrapping up a couple different pieces of research, but that we'll be telling you that that's not the way the ADA works. And yes, you can be ultra conservative and avoid every lawsuit, but at the same time, you have a structure that's still useful to people, and the risk maybe doesn't justify making a decision that takes that off the table.
And then that would be including communication for shelter rentals, and that it's not ADA accessible, or the bathrooms are not ADA accessible. So that would just be part of the communication plan if we were to keep it open and usable in the interim between now and when we have a solution.
And I think they're already doing that. But the other thing to remember is once you work on the bathrooms, they have to become,
right.
Yeah, that's a real general statement. But if you're planning to do this in a couple of years, very likely we're going to tell you you can't continue using it.
But I think in your note, Sean, you talked about coming out of the bath, there's a trip hazard there because of the uneven floors. So that has to be addressed. And if you address that, now you've made a modification, and now we're going to be subject to meeting ADA for the bathrooms.
Correct.
So, to me, I think the bathrooms are off limits, right? We need to shut them down, that shelter, until it's replaced, or whatever the long-term solution is. We can't be using those bathrooms, right? That's what I heard.
Yep.
But the shelter itself, would that stay available even without the bathrooms?
We would still have the overhang available, yes.
Yeah.
Picnic tables underneath it, yes, correct.
Now, at one point, you'd said that there was some electrical issues with the circuit loading or breakers tripping.
Yep.
So if let me ask this. So if in the interim, the bathrooms are off limits and we don't have power, we could still offer it as a rental, right? Are there structural issues that would say there's other hazards?
Maybe not in the immediate, but there is some sign of some rotting in some of the posts. We didn't do a full-on structural investigation of it, but there are signs of deterioration of the wood posts. So it's definitely, it's not getting any better, but it's something that would probably need to be replaced. That's kind of in that time frame.
And when it comes to the electrical part of things, it's mostly when we have a big load on, so a shelter reservation where somebody has multiple Nescos or something like that, that's when it'll trip everything and we'll end up with no power there. So if we eliminated the shelter reservation portion of it, just somebody showing up and wanting to plug in their phone to charge it or listen to a radio or something or whatever, we're fine that way.
I guess I'm not crazy about the idea of shutting down bathrooms at that park, or even just not taking reservations. In which case, why even do it, right? So, could we, for that particular park? So I asked the question about the shelter usage, and that's one that's really not used as much as, Bakken is huge, Fireman's Park, North Lawn. Could we just tear that entire structure down and build restrooms that are ADA compliant? And, you know, between the people who use pickleball courts and the baseball field, could we just do that and then at least have something still at that park that people can go to the bathroom, right? And not have to turn folks away. I don't think it's a good user experience to just kind of shut it all down.
If we shut down the bathrooms, we will definitely have to provide something for usage in the meantime. So whether ADA porta potties or just regular porta potties, we absolutely, with the amount of pickleball that's going on there, as well as baseball and just general park users, that is definitely a park that we would have to provide some facilities.
If we were to tear it down and build bathrooms, I mean, how much added cost is it just to add a little shelter that goes over? Like, is it worth it to just build bathrooms, or do we just build a cover too?
And I think that's the number that's put in there. That isn't even a shelter that is anywhere near the size of what Bakken is, or it isn't a four-season shelter either. That's what the number that's
You're
Jan
talking
came up
option
with.
2?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be a 1,200 square foot shelter, so I believe that's similar to what's there now, right, Sean?
Yep.
So option 2 is the 860.
Correct.
Correct.
And I think, you know, the direction from the village board a couple of months ago was to move this project out significantly, well, out to like 2030, 2031, knowing that the Miracle League is going to cover the Bakken Park, and I thought that this could be pushed out and kind of fit into the long-term plan. Given the information at budget review, our recommendation was to move it forward more, knowing that there are now ADA accessibility issues. I think, again, looking at the 3 options, again, there's a Band-Aid option that we could go forward with. But I think I'm hearing that obviously we're going to have bathrooms and for the amount of users that are there. But yes, if you're adding on bathrooms, you might as well go with option 2 and have that shelter and then have the ability to rent it out. So I'm definitely still in favor of option 2, and then bringing that back in closer to where we are now. And I think the question is are we talking about A&E next year, right? And then moving that project up to 2027, which was the recommendation from the Budget Review Committee, which I have since read all of the memos and kind of revisited all of the long-term plans, which I think I'm on board with now.
I don't know this, grants for recreational facilities that are out there. That's item 1. Item 2 is, could we look to potential community groups or something that may be willing to, you know, donate funds if there's a name put on the shelter or something of that nature? I mean, are those conversations that we can have?
For sure, absolutely.
So I got a question. Like, I'm with the group here in terms of option 3. We just went through the FMP. I mean, everybody would love to have that. I don't think we're in a position to go there. So I think we can, without having a further discussion on that one, it's really, do we do option 1 or option 2? And option 1 is spend $325,000 that's just crazy. So I think I'm with you, Cindy. We need to figure out how and when do we do option 2. The one question I have is, if it's 1,200 square feet now, and we're going to replace it with a 1,200 square foot shelter, how in the world can A&E be $110,000?
I mean, yeah, that's kind of just right now it's a percentage of the construction, which is what we kind of do for budgetary purposes. So, that's a pretty high level estimate at this point. We haven't put together a task order or anything like that.
Yeah, and I don't know what it would take, but to me, if we were to basically rebuild what we have, right? What would that look like? And I understand what you did. Don't get me wrong. I understand we do estimates and then we throw a percentage to do it. But when I think about what the village needs, we need to replace that. But what we also need to do is control what we're spending and making sure that we're spending wisely. Everybody's been to Community Park. You've seen that shelter. If we rebuilt that shelter as is, I think it's more than adequate, unless there's disagreement in terms of what we would do. And I think we could do it a lot more cost effectively. And if that's if there's an agreement there, I would say, I would like to see what is the lowest cost A&E to replace what we have and get a cost on that, because, I mean, we need to move it up.
So here's an idea, because I think there's been some back and forth on it, and obviously it's subject to, discussion at Park and Rec and here. There could be an option where redesigning the existing structure is covered by park development fees. You'll get a much better idea of what the actual cost is. So let's say park development fees cover the A&E in 2026. The board then can next year choose, okay, is that 27 or 2028 project? But at least you have concrete numbers on, here are the different options that are available based off of option 2, medium, maybe low, medium, high fixtures and other things. And that way we're not having to be as conservative with that number. Because right now there's a high degree of conservativeness in that number. And so one option would be to kind of either have the park development fees cover it or loan the money until the project moves forward and then ultimately could get paid back up to the board. Just wanted to put that out as an option.
Yeah, I'd be in support of, we have some undesignated park development fees. The shelter I'm kind of envisioning in my head here, we actually already have and just built a couple years ago. The next to the pickleball courts at Bakken Park is a smaller shelter with bathroom stalls, water. I mean, of course you have to engineer the site, but it has an overhang for a picnic table, just like to take out some of that architectural, can we kind of that might be a good place to start.
And this is beyond the scope of this discussion tonight, but I'd like to see a bubbler there, so please engineer that in there. And then, I like to Paula's point too, I wonder if, yes, it's community park, so would community organizations be willing to, could maybe the Parks and Rec Committee come up with a plan, not to put more work on everyone's plate, but engaging with community organizations to kind of bring it all together and kind of show some love for that park.
Yeah, I think we have a lot of users with storyboard, with the ball diamond, and with pickleball courts and a playground. I mean, there's a lot of different users that use that park that would benefit from new shelters. So I think, and Eagle Scouts had a project there. I mean, there's a lot of, various community members that, are invested in it.
The Stoa family donated the poop bag structure. So I think is the consensus to move A&E, an efficient method of A&E next year in 26 with kind of option 2 moving forward and looking to move forward in 27. Nodding.
Yeah, I'm really uncomfortable spending $110,000. So I like Heidi's idea of, hey, we've got a design. It's more than adequate for that park. What would the A&E fees be to basically adapt that to community park? I would like to see that before we make a commitment to spend an A&E dollars.
So any 2026 A&E dollars would come to the board for the budget process. So included in Sean's memo will be an estimate from Strand, or we can grab some things from 2023 for the board to discuss and consider, as well as different options on how to fund that A&E dollars.
So then I'll come back to our village workshop, budget workshop. Then we'll have better numbers and we'll have a discussion again then.
And and Ty, you can add in. So part of what could make that number cheaper is a lot of times Strand includes construction like oversight. So not only is it design and engineering, but it's actually having somebody on site and making sure quantities and other things. So that Correct. Is a small reason why that number is a little higher. So if do you want the numbers that Sean brings forward for 2026 budget to purely be the design dollars and any construction management or other thing to be included in a separate task order? I just want to make sure it's very clear. I'm seeing some nods.
No, okay, when I look at a number of $750,000 for 1,200 square feet. That's $625 a square foot. I assume construction management was included in that, so I'm disconnected to what you just said.
Yeah, it probably is.
Yeah.
And then,
Typically, yeah, when we say engineering fee, we mean engineering from design all the way through construction. The 750 at this time is just construction at the budgetary level with a 25% contingency as is noted in there. But yes, the engineering is design all the way through planning, design, bidding, construction, closeout.
Do we have a general consensus? We'll have those numbers and for village board budget review or budget workshop.
We'll work on those for you.
Okay.
Yep.
The other budget item then coming off that, if we're closing the shelter then and redesigning, like it would be closed during 2026 season. So we'd need budget dollars for, right? Because the bathrooms are not accessible,
But we're not touching the shelter until we have to do construction, and the guidance from legal might be that we can keep it open and keep taking reservations for 26 until we close it down and actually redo the entire structure.
because that would definitely meet the definition of an active project if it's being designed, so that might buy us some time. But I will have all of that ready as a contingency.
Perfect, thank you.
All right. And then so is that enough on the community shelter moving forward? All right. Other comments on the FMP from the board? Anything you'd like to see? Cameron, you had made a comment about using median home value, and we should have a conversation about it at the end.
I guess the big part of that is I want to make sure our messaging is consistent and touches the most residents possible. So I get in a very uncomfortable situation sometimes having to make that kind of decision. And so direct information or feedback from the board about median, average, dollar amounts that are shown is really helpful, so I don't have to make those decisions.
I was just going to add, I support median. But also, can we just carry this forward to the next agenda? I mean, this was a lot of information to digest. Just, kind of as a follow-up, not necessarily with Ellers, but questions for Cameron.
So this is a discuss and consider for the FMP, and I know that we had approved a timeline back in May of how we're going to bring the budgets, move forward through budget season. So I would encourage the board to.
Does this slow us down to take another meeting in terms of that process?
It condenses the tail end of approval. Slow it down, no. So there's just a shorter period of development of a budget. So you go from to basically today, any revisions made in the plan, Ellers gets back to me. I kind of work on the recommended budget to budget review. So that would start tomorrow as opposed to September 16th. I'm not saying or not December 16th, sorry, September 16th, which would be following the next board meeting. So it just condenses that time frame.
But it does overlay with all of the operational
Correct.
budgets that are coming in, and then budget review that needs to meet, and then we have a village workshop on the entire budget, so.
Correct.
It's a lot for the whole process, start to finish. But any final questions or thoughts or comments about the FMP? Like I said, this is a discuss and consider tonight. We talked about a lot of modifications, but.
The modifications that would need to be noted would include the progress drive direction and the community park shelter direction. Those are the two main modifications. And then moving forward to add the median house value, or is that just direction? Doesn't need to be really?
Yeah, that doesn't have to be.
Okay.
But progress drive in the FMP shows in 2028. That's what we talked about, right?
Yeah, and of course I thought it was in 2027. So yes, we talked about 2028. I thought it had to be moved from 2027 to 2028. So nothing has to be changed on that one. You are correct.
That was the change from the last meeting.
Yep.
So it's really just the direction on the community park.
Well, with that then, I would make a motion to approve the 2026 financial management plan with the community park A&E starting in 2026.
I would second that.
So there's a motion by Murphy and a second by Severson. Is there any other discussion on the FMP?
The only thing I would say, and I just for the record, I mean, I'm very averse to debt, and we're taking on a lot of debt, and I know there's a lot of math that goes into this. But the thing that jumps out at me is in 2031, we're going to have $5.6 million worth of levy for debt, which is basically what we spent in our total levy in 2025. So it's just shocking. I mean, the growth is amplifying that, but it's just a big number we need to manage.
Any other comments?
Yeah, just to repeat to that comment too. That's why in previous plans and when we talked about the bare bones plus public safety and other last year, I said just because we can take out debt for these projects doesn't mean we should, because it has a significant impact on the tax rate. So that is something that is extremely important due to our kind of unlimited adjustment for debt that should be proactively managed.
All right, so there's a motion, a second. So all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. Gosh, are we moving on to C, the presentation by Ellers on impact fees?
Do you want me to just go, Cameron, or do you want to introduce?
Okay, this is John Cameron, also from Ellers. Getting there. All right.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I'm going to walk through a high-level overview of impact fees tonight, and then talk a little bit more specifically about the possibility of a public safety or law enforcement impact fee. So we'll stick kind of generally at a 101 level discussion on impact fees, and go into a little bit more specifics about the possibility of a future law enforcement facility impact fee as you take on your upcoming public safety project. If you go to the next page. So just a little bit of graphics on how impact fees work and just the purpose of them. So if we look at building a new home, expanding or building a new business, and the impacts that that new development has on existing services and the need to upgrade infrastructure, impact fees are a one-time fee that recovers the proportionate share of the capital cost that is needed to support new development. So it really helps municipalities across the state of Wisconsin provide an alternate source of revenue to be able to help support core infrastructure capital facilities. If you go to the next page, there's a number of things that under state law that impact fees can be used for. They can be used for legal engineering, design, land acquisition, and construction expenses for a pretty wide variety of different facilities. You've got existing water and sewer impact fees that we're in the process of updating. We'll have back before you here shortly. But there's a number of facilities under state law that you can impose an impact fee for. On the flip side of that, if you go to the next page, there's a number of things that you cannot use impact fees for. They cannot be used really for anything that's not listed on that previous page. But more specifically, some of the more common questions that we get asked about what impact fees can't be used for is Village Hall, for example. That's something that's not specifically called out in state statute. Facilities that are owned by a school district school districts do not have the ability to impose impact fees. The other item that's called out in state statute is you cannot impose impact fees for vehicles. And one of the biggest ones that municipalities think of, and it's certainly a capital cost, is a fire engine. That's, it's a very large capital expense, but that's specifically not allowed under state statutes. If you look at the next page, from a process standpoint, in order to impose an impact fee or update the impact fee that you have currently, you've got to conduct a public facilities needs assessment. And that requires you to do a number of different things. In the document, it requires you to take an inventory of your existing facilities. It requires you to identify the new, improved, or expanded costs by type. So you've got to be very transparent from a development standpoint, for those who might be paying those impact fees and they're picking up the study and reading through it. They are understanding exactly which capital costs you're looking to recover through the imposition of the impact fee. The other thing that the impact fee study does is goes through a deficiency growth analysis based upon identifiable service level standards to really look at, for example, the future cost of a public safety facility, how much of that public safety facility is truly related to serving new growth. In a lot of cases, and this is true, I think, especially when you talk about buildings for, say, police, fire, even library facilities, most municipalities will squeeze every last drop out of a facility before they go through an upgrade. So when you talk about an impact fee analysis, particularly for public facilities, oftentimes what you might see is that only a portion of that facility is truly related to serving new growth and development, because again, you're really waiting until the very end of its maximum life, and in a lot of cases beyond maximum life, before you're upgrading that facility. When we're talking about water or sewer, oftentimes you might see still a portion of costs that are allocated to impact fees versus serving existing growth, but it might be more common if we're providing and expanding infrastructure into a new growth area, that 100% of those facilities might be related to serving new growth. But that's the purpose of the study, is that it will specifically call out those facilities and walk through an analysis based on identifiable service level standards, what percentage of that facility is attributable to new growth. Once you do that, you're really taking the cost that you've identified by new growth divided by the number of population growth, and then in the case of public safety type facilities, it's also appropriate to apply that impact fee to non-residential growth and development. And oftentimes you'll see an impact fee calculated per square foot of development for commercial or industrial development. So once you've got those impact fees calculated, the final step that's required under statute is to calculate the effect that the impact fees have on housing affordability in the village. And state law specifically allows you to exempt impact fees or reduce impact fees for affordable housing within municipalities. Once the study is complete, it has to be placed on file in the office of the clerk for a 30-day period of time. There is a Class 1 hearing notice and a public hearing that is required for a new impact fee or to amend your current impact fee. If you look at the next page. So just some general, more I'd say practical considerations to think about with an impact fee. One of the questions that we get asked is, what projects should we include in an impact fee study? I think in the early 2000s, when development was really rocking and rolling, much like it is today. And a lot of municipalities were imposing impact fees for the very first time. You had impact fees being put into place for a lot of what could happen. I think coming out of the recession, what we learned is that because there is a timeline for spending those impact fees that I'll talk about here in a second, it's really important to include the facilities that you really know are going to occur. So oftentimes you're looking at those projects that are listed in an adopted capital improvement plan that really the board is moving forward with, so that you're certain that the project is going to happen, and there's certainty too on those who are paying it, that what I'm paying into, I'm going to actually see an impact for in terms of the new facility. impact fees do have to be spent within 8 years from the time of collection. That's really just money in, money out in any one particular year. So fees that are collected in 2025, you've got to demonstrate 8 years from now that those fees have been spent. And oftentimes they're used upfront to potentially spend down the funds at the time the project is taken out and reduce the borrowing. But then more practically speaking, after the project is done and you're still recovering the growth share of that project, they're used annually to help offset a portion of the principal and interest payments associated with the debt for the new facility. Practically speaking, impact fees should be updated every 3 to 5 years, or really as growth projections change or capital costs change. Another good time to review it would be impact fees are generally put in place in advance of a project. Once the project has been constructed and the final costs are known, updating it with the actual costs is also good practice, especially if it differs considerably from the estimate. If you look at the next page, switching gears a little bit, talking about the potential for public safety, or in this case under state laws, law enforcement impact fee. The current estimated cost, as it was previously mentioned, is a little over $16.2 million. And when we look at a law enforcement type impact fee, number of considerations that we'd have as we take on that public facilities needs assessment. So again, coming back to identifiable service level standards. So when we talk about law enforcement, we're looking at number of officers, number of vehicles, and even number of civilian staff in the building per 1,000 residents, both now and generally speaking, when we do an impact fee study, we'll go out 20 years in terms of projection. There's nothing in state statute that requires you to go out a certain length of time, but when we're talking about the issuance of long-term debt for a project like this, likely we're spreading that debt out over a 20-year period of time. And certainly from a design facility, oftentimes these buildings are built much longer than 20 years in terms of lifespan. But again, 20 years is a reasonable period of time to look at growth projections over. So we're looking at those service level standards over a period of time, and then taking those standards and applying it to our current space and what projected space we're going to be able to identify deficiency versus new growth percentage of the facility. So that's a very high level overview of how the impact fee study would work. We did take just a very precursory look at the new building on the next page, and identified approximately at this point 45% of the facility that could be attributed to new growth. And again, I would kind of caveat that's at a very high level overview. You need to go through that detailed public facilities needs assessment to further fine tune and calculate the impact fee per single family home, per multifamily dwelling unit, and then on the non-residential side. But thinking about that, how that breaks down, of the $16.276 million, approximately $7,324,000 could potentially be recovered through impact fees over that 20-year period of time. And again, that could be used to help in advance of the project offset the borrowing amount in terms of those impact fees that come in on an annual basis, and then during the life of the project be used to help offset the principal and interest payments on the debt. Impact fees are generally due and payable at the issuance of the building permit. So those fee revenues really do ebb and flow over the years, depending on the pace of development, what's happening out in the economy. Are we going through a recession? Are we not? So, managing that levy and how much you're going to apply against that 8-year spend down window, is something that does have to be actively managed. So certainly something the village is very well versed in, having existing impact fees, but certainly could be an alternate source of revenue, to be able to help with the project. So from a next step standpoint, assuming the village board prefers to move forward with an impact fee study, you need to go through that public facilities needs assessment, actually calculate and quantify the impact fee, go through a public hearing, update your ordinance to include a law enforcement impact fee, and then adopt it.
So I just want to make a comment here. So of that $7.3 million, I really refer that as that's the amount, again, at a high level that would be recoverable, not necessarily what we would recover. So I sent out some information to the board that based off of kind of what our last 10 years of performance, which has been pretty strong economic growth, based off of kind of a low end that was presented, that could be approximately $807,000 and $807,035 of fees collected over a 20-year term, or at the high level, that matching what McFarland has would be $2,645,731. To get to $7 million, based off of our development, you'd probably, at a high level, have to have like a $6,000 or $6,500 impact fee to recover the $7.3 million. So if the village moves forward with a feasibility analysis, no, that's the number that's probably going to come forward, but not necessarily the number that the village board has to adopt. You can certainly reduce what that dollar amount is in the final adoption of an impact fee. So let's say village board doesn't want to cap, it's going to cap it at 2,000 no matter what, regardless of what's actually recoverable. That's completely fine. You just can't do more than the calculation that is determined. And based off of a high level feedback, I didn't intentionally have Ellers do the police station project, but because we had information like the assessment summary, I was able to forward all of that to Ellers, and they had the information to put a summary to kind of put this together, kind of how you would see this for a future analysis. Where this becomes challenging, I know we talked about a EMS or fire impact fee. I have a lot of reserves about that, given the sensitivity on we have to spend those funds in 8 years, and seeing the progression of the police station project, that was with one municipality, and now we have to deal and work with 3 municipalities. I struggle without having a commitment with the other members and something signed, actually collecting fees on that behalf.
But that would be above and beyond this. I mean, we're talking about, we got to be careful how much we lop on to the development process, right? So one question I had for you, so you said 20 years. So 45% is attributable to new growth on a real top level, and we'd have to do an assessment, the full assessment. But say it is in that $7 million range. Even if we went on the low end, it's 807 over 20. Is there any limitation? I mean, this is more than a 20-year asset. I mean, you build a civic building like this, we're talking 30 to 40 years. Is there a limit on the high end of the duration?
There's nothing in statute that says you have to calculate it over a specific period of time. 20 years is a commonly used projection figure in impact fee studies for the reasons I kind of walked through in the presentation.
Yeah, but for example, if we went from 20 to 30, the 807 becomes 1.2 million, approximately, depending on a lot of assumptions, right, Cam?
Yeah, the only thing we want to be careful is at what point is that building designed for? So what's that trigger point? And so like John mentioned in a previous slide, doing those annual assessments that, you know, maybe that building's intent and service levels is for longer than what was anticipated. You know, you could increase that window from 20 years to 30 years. Conversely, let's just say law enforcement changes significantly that requires, you know, more, that window could go from 20 years to 15 years. So I wouldn't want to extend that period longer than a possible addition or other improvements.
But through the reviews, though, that could be revisited.
Yep, that would be revisited, yep.
If there is plausible reason to say it's 25 years, it could be extended, and the recovery and the reduction in the debt associated with this could go down.
Yep, and so how this would happen from a village mechanics perspective, and again, ask sellers to do this at a high level, what we would do is the money collected in 2027 would be used to offset the 2028 debt service payment, and we'd continue that cycle. Should the village board want to do some smoothing, where 1 year we get a $40 million commercial building, and the board want to do some smoothing as far as okay, we're gonna only use a portion of that commercial the following year, we could do that instead of having that big up and down. That would just all be design. But yeah, certainly many options. And when I sent out the email today, while we weren't at the highest level of Dane County as now for impact fees in total, we're definitely not the lowest. So when we're looking at kind of our cost of a new home, McFarland is by far the highest at, without even including a building permit, is $12,408. We're roughly $7,000 with the existing fees that we have now. So just to keep in mind that we would start to kind of bridge that being higher than normal. And then additionally, our numbers did not factor in affordable housing. So should there be an exclusion made for affordable housing, depending on what the complexion is of that, that would decrease the number. So if we're gonna say certain affordable housing is exempt from the collection of this fee, then that revenue number would go down. I don't know how often that is that communities.
It's not very frequent.
Yeah. I think typically people view that as the impact, regardless of affordable and not. It just really depends on the housing stock.
I have a question that maybe you can help me wrap my head around a little bit. So the impact fees for water or sewer or even our parks, like the park development fee, and we're gonna build a park for that neighborhood that paid the fees to that, so it doesn't fall on the tax rolls for everybody else. Of course, a public park, anyone can use it, but that development, like it's kind of contained with that development. So when you're looking at like the law enforcement station or a public safety station, you have someone that pays the fee and then they'll also be paying the taxes for that facility as well. So I would imagine that's where the calculation of what is the impact of growth comes in, but it does kind of feel like that person's being taxed twice for the same asset, where someone that already lives here is kind of benefiting from that new asset on new growth.
The reality is we have a uniform property tax system in the state, so you don't have the ability to parse that out. But part of the impact fee is really doing due diligence to identify the true growth share of the cost, which is why I would say in a lot of cases you're looking at a portion of the facility cost as opposed to 100% of it. That type of thing.
And Heidi, do you feel that way because it's a building that we're building next year versus like an addition or a new building that would be coming on later on? Like if this were to go to, like we go through our study, a fire and EMS study next year, and then maybe revisit the impact fee, knowing when we have a lot more knowns, and that's then accumulating fees, I guess.
Yeah, help then to offset how much bigger it has to be at that point, where like we're still gonna need an addition on our building if we continue growth. So then that person that moves here in 5 years pays the impact fee and then pays for the life of it, and then they're that much closer to paying for an addition when we need it. So like we're still spreading out the burden, but the newer person kind of pays.
But Heidi, if we didn't grow at all from this point forward, if we didn't grow at all, right? The police station has more room than we need. It's been built to accommodate some growth, right?
Well, it does have some significant deficiencies in safety and operational needs for the police department, which is part of the reason why we need, some of the things we heard about from, officers on some of the needs that we have there.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. But the building is being built not for tomorrow, but it's being built for 5 to 10 years, right? So there is growth that it's being built to accommodate. And I think that's where the impact fee comes in. It's not going to recover the total. In fact, if we recover $1 million over 20 years, I think that's where Cam is saying we're going to be. It's not going to be 7.4, which is the allowable based on the top level assessment.
But someone that builds a house in 2 years is still gonna pay for this police station on their taxes. They're
So-
not like exempt from taxes on the police station, like we're paying cash for it immediately, and then they're trying to like pay us back for the $16 million that all the current taxpayers, like they're gonna pay their share of taxes in the future that will pay the debt back on this building, so. Yeah, I guess that's just what I struggle with. This person's kind of paying twice a little bit.
Best practice, you don't have to take out debt for this, and you don't have the issue where you have to levy, let's just say $5 million of debt service payment 1 year, because that's going to be spread to everybody. The best practice would be you have, you need, 5 million for a project. You're going to collect 1 million. You're going to temporarily internal borrow yourself and repay yourself back over time. Where it does get to Heidi's point in this situation, there is some level of unfairness where there is especially year one, let's say 2027, somebody moves in and has to pay $2,300. Then they're also paying 20 or 19 years of debt service payments as part of their property tax levy to make the payments on the building that they've already paid a portion of. And so unfortunately, I can't, like John said, I can't say, okay, this neighborhood was built post 2026, so they don't get that added to their tax bill. It would be wonderful if you could do that. It's just a philosophy and kind of how you communicate it.
Yeah, and I guess the one thing to consider is back up 10 years ago, right? We had a police, when the police station was originally set up in the municipal services building, right? It was more than adequate. But the growth that happened in the last 10 years, there should have been impact fees because that growth drove the need for what we have to invest in. And it's kind of that same mentality, right? That growth that drives that need is what we're trying to recover. And again, to your point, people pay taxes, right? We pay taxes for not just the building, we're paying taxes for $3 million worth of operational costs for the police department as well. So, the people that build in the future are going to help cover the costs of the police station, which was built to support the future.
Right, but they will also pay taxes on the police station on their regular tax bill, just like everybody else. So they will be paying, it's not like they don't pay property taxes to help pay for the building too. So I just want to make that clear that future growth will also help repay for the police station.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good points being made. Cameron, I think your email had also said that it's about $23,000 to implement an impact fee. Is that something that would be coming forward through the budget process and then initiated next year if the majority of the board is interested in moving forward on an impact fee study?
I would think you'd want to move, so we're currently doing the water and sewer impact fees. So in order to get our biggest bang for our buck for ordinance change public hearings, I'd love to do all three of them. So I would love, if the board really has an appetite for this, I would love to turn to John, who might hate me for this, and say, how fast is it possibly to get this rolled around so we can do all of them at once? Get all studies done, do the public hearing, and then possibly even start collecting in 2026. Or if the board's going towards the option of possibly not moving forward, then that's fine. We can bring more information and this can be considered in the future. But yes, and I didn't contact Ellers before that. I kind of gave high level numbers based off of the water and sewer impact fees, some general legal time, and then some ordinance changes. I do want to caveat this, the codification costs, as I've kind of talked with Lisa, is fairly significant. And so the less we have to go in and out of our ordinances, the better to make those changes. So that's why even having these a month or even 2 months apart could cost the village a significant amount of money.
So you're saying there's significant synergies if we were to go forward with this in parallel or in conjunction with the water and sewer work?
And I would even recommend, if that comes at the cost of slightly delaying the updates to the water and sewer impact fees, I would rather do, if the board wants to move forward with it, I would rather do all three at once to have some cost savings. I think Paul.
Were you gonna?
No,
Okay.
go ahead.
Yeah, so obviously I brought this forward a couple months ago, and I get the unfairness argument for the new homeowner, but the reason I brought it forward is because right now, as it sits, the existing taxpayers in this community are building a building that's because of all the growth that they didn't have any say in, and any future growth. And so there's unfairness on both sides. I think the thing for me that this also does is, you know, we just went through the financial management plan and all of the different things. If this allows us to pay down our debt quicker, and even if it's only 800,000, it's 800,000 that comes off the backs of the taxpayers. And so I obviously have an appetite to want to see this go forward. I do agree too that it would make sense to do this in conjunction. And by no means would I ever advocate for a $6,000, like that's absurd. Like not even McFarland's 2,200, like no, I'm not in that ballpark. So, you know, I'd like to see it move forward. I know this is not a discuss and consider, I don't think, but you know, what could that look like for next meeting in terms of doing this process all at once from a budgetary standpoint?
So what this could look like is staff direction to bring back a proposal from Ellers to do the work. Because this wouldn't be for 2026 budget year, I would need approval of that, and then we could move forward.
So you're saying you'd get what the incremental cost would be to add the public impact fee for the police along with the water and sewer work?
Yep, because that would be a separate feasibility study. And I guess you're right here is something like this even doable to?
Yeah, absolutely. And I would agree. It makes a lot of sense because then you would just do one public hearing. You go through the process once. You'd have one public facilities needs assessment document that would have different chapters for water, sewer, and public safety. But it would be in one document as well. And that's fairly common. And also, you know, for the codification reason, that makes total sense to me. So.
Does this mean that it has to go towards the police station project if moving forward? We can't finish our fire and EMS study and then.
So if fire and EMS so these dollars could not go towards fire and EMS. So in the next 3 or 5 years I guess I'm gonna recommend stretching this. So I would recommend doing it every 5 years. So in 5 years, I would ask that we would include or potentially consider fire and EMS, and then we'd start collecting. But ultimately, if the board wants us to come back sooner, we can.
I actually did not follow that. I'm sorry. Can
No,
you
no,
please
no.
re-explain it for me?
Of course. So because these are, it's not like the park fees. The park fees are not an impact fee. The park fees are under the statutes a little bit different. So we have some flexibility outside of they have to be for specific areas depending on what neighborhood, et cetera. Impact fees have to have identifiable costs.
So are you saying that after 5 years, we could re-identify?
You could you could change the fee to also include fire and EMS.
Okay.
But what we've already collected would have to be designated.
Sure.
So
Okay.
if we would change that, I would actually probably even create a separate account that would house fire and EMS, even if it was one fee.
You have to. It would actually be 2 fees, and you'd have one for fire, one for law enforcement. But if you went forward with this and adopted it, you'd have to use it for law enforcement facility. Yeah. So if it changes between a standalone facility versus an expansion, that's fine. You can modify that, but you have to use it for law enforcement. You can't turn around and use those dollars for parks. The state statute also requires you to keep them in separate segregated accounts, interest-bearing accounts.
I think with McFarland, it's a little confusing because their new building is actually called the Public Safety Center, PSC. And so their public safety fee is actually Public Safety Center impact fee. And so I myself was confused when
But ours could be fire EMS center impact fee when we have all that information down the road.
Correct.
Okay, I think that's kind of where I'm with the growth and like the new facilities that we know are going to be needed in the next 10 years. That's kind of where I'm more on board with implementing an impact fee once we have that information down the road. Chris, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I'm extremely on the fence about this. I get the argument that new growth could be paying for the needs spurred on by the new growth. But also housing costs are already out of control, and increasing housing costs to cover 50 grand a year, I don't know, is it worth it? I don't know, so I'm on the fence.
Granted, if we continue to bring in new developments, they're going to be also, contributing at a much higher rate than residential. So there's a bonus there to continue looking for developments.
And I agree with you, Chris. We got to be careful. We already have $7,000 worth of fees to build a house, right? So like Cam said, we certainly don't want to be at the McFarland level. And I think the low range where you had is close to where I would want to be. I mean, we clearly need to control the fees that are being lopped on. I agree with that.
Yeah, so I think a lot of what we've been talking about in the housing chapter update might affect how I feel about this, because if we can make some changes to like let developers build smaller so that we can get more people in and so that their costs go down for the house, then maybe we can add an impact fee that isn't going to be pushing someone out of being able to buy a house or build a business.
All right. Any other comments on this? Thank you for staying late and giving a presentation.
You bet.
Just in terms of direction, staff direction to move forward, what would the board like to see? I feel like
I would like to see what Cameron just suggested about finding out about what the cost would be to do this all together. Understanding that we need, the planning document, but I would like to take a step forward on this. I mean, we can always look at the costs and say, you know what, it's not worth it. That's fine, but if we don't at least ask the question and then utilize the timing of the sewer and water, why not do it all at once?
Yeah, I'm in complete agreement with you on that. If we could get a cost, and if it doesn't necessarily delay water and sewer to the point that it's a problem, it would make sense. I mean, hopefully it's not close to that 23,000, but if you could look at it and come back to the board with a number, we could make a decision.
Just to put in context, we're saying recommending every 3 to 5 years. Water and sewer haven't been looked at since 2004. From an original study from 1995. So if it has to wait a couple more months, we'll be okay.
So to recap on bringing it back maybe would you bring it back next board meeting as a discuss and consider? And it would have, the cost to do the 3-part study.
Yeah, because I will need appropriations above what's budgeted.
Sure.
I won't be able to fit this in my current budget.
And that'll be a breakdown of water and sewer and like it's not going to be a number with all 3 combined. It's going to be 2 and then 1.
Well, we already know the water sewer number, right? And this would be anything in it to add it in.
So the number you'd bring back is how much it would be to add a public safety impact fee.
I will break it out. Water, sewer, which are already known cost, and I will add the new cost with the help of my friend Ed Ellers.
Yes, the answer is yes.
All right. So please bring that back to the next village board meeting in 2 weeks. All right. Oh gosh, where are we?
Thank you both for your work on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. E, discuss and consider the soft costs related to the AV security systems and public safety antenna for the new police station. So we have Johnson Black.
So Johnson Black is here in a support capacity because a lot of these specific technology components are outside of my formal wheelhouse. the board had asked us to do some value engineering with the project, as well as identifying, ways to possibly save costs on this project. So when I kind of looked at the police station project, I looked at what are our highest variable buckets left. So anything with technology, anything that we have to order, anything that has potential impacts on tariffs. So those 3 items, one being the camera system, which is being recommended from Rhombus, which is the existing system that the village uses. The second is kind of like a sole sourced item from Baycom related to the public safety antenna. And then the third being the AV systems. So it would provide the ability, that building would be equipped to provide the kind of similar capabilities to be able to hold meetings in various rooms, allowing us to kind of have that, just be able to have those discussion spaces. So why this is brought in front of you today is I wanted to provide the opportunity for the board to lock in some of these prices. So 2 of the items that are presented came below or significantly below the estimate, and 1 came slightly above, which would be the AV. So ultimately, my recommendation is to approve all 3 items as presented. Happy to answer any questions and have Johnson Block here. Johnson Block can speak to the cameras items, the AV equipment they can touch on, but audio contractors is the primary contact there. The 2 quotes that are in there, there's actually a sentence in the quote that says, this is subject to potential tariffs, et cetera, et cetera. That is, I got clarification from both vendors. That's between the time that the quote was given and the time that the quote was approved by the village. That would not include after the village board would approve it. That would not include any increases that are after the fact. So what that provision in both quotes allows is protections of that vendor. Should that quote say out there for 2 months and something significant go into effect, it protects them from that, but it's not automatic that would be added should something change. So we have an opportunity to lock ourselves in on some of these pricing.
So there are the 4 attachments. Are there any questions from village board members on the equipment?
Yeah, I had a question about the community room equipment. From what I've gathered, it would be able to hold a meeting such as this in the community room, but I just wanted to verify that, like a village board type meeting with streaming and everything is something that
Yes.
could handle. Okay.
So in the planning process, community room was set up to be able to act as a secondary location for village board meetings, should you desire, or in addition to municipal court setting. The other conference rooms are also set up so that your small committees can have hybrid meetings similar to what is held here.
That was to a community amenity. So right now we currently don't rent out this space. So should groups want to use that space, that's what it would be used for, to assist.
Thank you.
I have questions on the radio antenna and system, and this is something that I guess perhaps I didn't know about during the process, or maybe it went over my head, because I went back and looked at the renderings, and I'm envisioning this. Okay, can you talk more about that for me, please?
The radio antenna is on the plans. It actually is. There's a spot in the solar panel array right in the middle of the building where an antenna would be. It is not a large antenna mast or anything of that nature. And again, it is to provide the radio service within the building for our radios, i.e. this radio that I'm wearing right now inside our current building doesn't receive reception throughout the current MSP building. The radio system that would go into this building would actually be in conjunction with
some of the phones and things of that in the various rooms and locations so that we have constant communication capabilities.
Got it. So it's more internal versus like making sure the radios work in other areas of the village.
That is correct.
Okay, understood. Do you currently have radio capability?
We have, I would say, circa 1970 radio headsets that are in the building right now.
Okay.
That occasionally function, but not all the time, and they're not throughout the entire MSB building. They are just in the PD side of life, but like the conference room doesn't have one.
Okay.
So,
Well, thank
So
you.
staying on the radios, I had a question. So, sounds like the radios are old, but the 36 Motorola desk sets, $2,000 a piece, 36 of them, that's 75,000. What exactly are those for, and what's missing today that requires that to be needed now?
So again, our circa 1970s, if you've taken a tour of our facility, you've seen some of the desk sets. They're separate of the phone system. It's actually a separate phone style receiver transmitter. That is what is in the offices for usage. Like I said, currently, even in MSB, this doesn't always work. Those don't always work. This system sets up the rooms to be able to communicate with dispatch center, with our partners in times of need. Also, should this be established as a backup EOC or anything of that nature, it accommodates for those future operations also.
The quantity sort of jumps out at me too, 36 of them. I mean, it's a pricey, pricey item.
It is a pricey item, but again, this is one of those, buy it now or pay for it more in the future, i.e. setting those phones up, getting everything in place in the current facility.
So what would you say the bare bones minimum would be right now as far as what is the need versus what is the future state purchase?
I'm saying that's the bare bones right now.
So we would use 36 of them right now.
That is correct.
But you just said that we'd buy now so we don't have to pay in the future.
That is correct, because you have additions that you're going to be putting onto this building 20 years out that are going to add on, and you're going to have to buy headsets at that time.
So you're saying the 36, we have 36 desks that will be occupied.
We have the room and capacity that needs that communication component, i.e. the building configuration. That's the reason those are all there, because I could be in one office and have no radio communication without this headset.
So this kind of goes to what we were talking about before. We're sort of populating desks because we're anticipating some growth.
Not necessarily populating desks. I'm making sure that we have radio communication throughout the facility.
And so I think this is coming to in front of the village board because, like Cameron said, that it's probably, there's potential cost-saving measures by bringing this forward now versus waiting with some of the unknowns that are going on. And so getting that order in now that we have an approved station and getting ready to move forward is a responsible way forward with the purchases of these pieces of equipment.
Yeah, and I wish I could have a crystal ball and say this is going to be the absolute lowest that you're going to get. It is very likely. We have a couple things going for us here at the last quarter. A lot of these vendors are kind of hungry to fill their end of the year kind of, if you want to say, quotas. Mm-hmm. So we're able to kind of get a little bit of a discount for that, as well as almost every company has beginning of the year increases. So I just wanted to make sure that the village board had an opportunity that 3 months didn't cost 10 or 15% of a project cost on highly variable items. I didn't bring forward anything with the furnitures, fixtures, and things which will be discussed in the future, because in general, those things don't have high degrees of variabilities, but all three of these items do.
So I had another question on the Johnson Block quote. So the two big hitters are the licenses, right? they're over a 5-year period, so does that get spread out, or is that just a one-time payment and it's gonna be?
Yep, so we would treat it as, and we would actually, I do have Johnson Block here, so we would actually defer it to opening. So we would buy the licenses for it, but yes, we would pay it, and then it would become after that 5-year, it would become a reoccurring license expense for those cameras. So we have licenses with other cameras and door access systems. So we do this way to kind of spread out the cost.
So it's a 5-year license for each camera, and it's a 5-year license for each door. So it's $700 for the 5 years, right? It's not $700 a year over a 5-year account. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. And would you just accrue that, or would that be
high level accounting wise? Yes. On the front schedules.
One last question. Was Audio Contractors the lowest bidder for that piece?
So Audio Contractor was the vendor that does our equipment in here. They are, because there's a positive working relationship, that is going to be the lowest that you're going to get. And I'm not saying that there's not ways that should the board look to reduce that 262, there might be components that we could look at. But that's based off of the specs. Audio Contractor was the vendor that was recommended.
Just want to say I appreciate you bringing these options forward, considering there's a lot of unknowns in these types of technologies and potential tariffs in the future. So I think it's very prudent to taxpayers to make these decisions and potentially have some cost savings versus ordering it when it's going to be installed. So thank you for bringing this forward to us in advance. So with that, I would make a motion to approve the soft costs related to the AV security systems and public safety antenna for the new police station as presented.
Second.
All right, there's a motion by Murphy and a second by Severson. Any more discussion on the police station equipment?
Yeah, I just want to thank Cameron and Chief for bringing these forward. I know it's a lot of work, and I know you're getting a lot of tough questions, but again, it's all about making sure we're clear on what you're doing and what we're getting for the taxpayer. So thank you.
And we didn't deal with a construction manager on this project, did we? And that's putting a lot of extra work on village staff. And yeah, again, appreciate all of the hard work to cut and trim and make sure we have a really functioning facility for the next 45 years. I don't know, I threw that in there. I don't know, that just sounded good in the moment. All right, there is a motion and second. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, so everybody knows that I've been skeptical of this project. But that being said, the project's been approved and we need to equip it, so I'm gonna vote yes.
Well, we have one vote yes. How about all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstain, motion carries. All right, we are gonna jump back to unfinished business. Here, oh gosh. So we have discussed business development process in the village. There are 4 attachments for the presentation on the development approval process that are all flow charts put together by Aaron. And
So Larry and I could talk about this in endless detail
That
if
is
you want
exactly
to, but
what
I
I'm
understand
afraid
that
of.
might
So I
not
would
be as
like the-
entertaining as it would have been 3.5 hours ago. so.
Right, so would the board like to go through each one of these and have a little tutorial on each process? Does the board have specific questions? I think these are obviously very excellent documents that can be incorporated into new trustee orientations and into new plan commission member orientations as well.
Could also save it for another night if you want to.
We do have, moving further down in the unfinished business, some discussion that's going to happen. So I want to make sure that there's a good understanding of business development and annexation process moving forward. Go ahead.
The flow charts were great, thank you. I have always understood how development works and our process. That doesn't mean I necessarily like the process, right? So some of my questions, and this is probably for a future agenda item, on its own would be, you know, for instance, with the zoning amendment conditional use process, can we make the concept presentation plan to plan commission mandatory? Can we do things like expand the feet from 400 feet to 1,000, right? And, you know, as a last step, could we make sure that there's a meeting in between when the plan commission and the village board meets, right? So I think, you know, what happened with this other instance is we had 3 village board meetings with not one person who spoke in favor of this project. And then after the third one, I should say village resident that contacted us, but after the third one, then people said, well, we're in support of this, right? And I don't know if we would have slowed that down or spread that out, if the word would have gotten out to the public more, that they could have weighed in earlier, right? So as going forward, can we make modifications like this to the existing process?
Yeah, I mean, so some of it, especially with the zoning, is based on state statute, but I think, Larry, jump in, but I think extra things like that we can build into our ordinance and make those kinds of changes if we want to do that.
Yeah, as long as we meet any mandatory timelines for the type of process. You know, if we wanted to have a first reading, second reading sort of standard where we bring it up at a board meeting and then set it aside till the next, you know, if that's, we can create those kinds of processes, no problem. If that's what the will of the majority.
I also think one of the tricky parts is you don't often hear from people when they're happy with the way things are going. You're not going to get somebody to come down here and say, hey, I think you guys are doing a good job. It's usually when they're upset about something that they come down here and talk about it. So it does kind of get skewed when people come down and are against something, and then if something gets defeated, then people are going to come and say that they're upset that the thing got defeated. So it's kind of just a tricky thing to navigate.
It is, but I think it allows us to be more proactive in terms of our messaging out to the public. I feel like a lot of people didn't know what was going on, you know, throughout that time. And so, you know, maybe that's part of this, if we make changes to, you know, the notification and expanding the feet and that sort of thing, maybe we fine tune a communication process. You know, I think there are things that we can do to make sure that we don't have a repeat of what happened last time. And I would be willing to put together some ideas or work with staff.
I just want to say that I've been on Plan Commission for, I think, 4 years, 4.5 years. And we have actually on a number of occasions looked at how far we notify people. And the village is the one that they send the mail to the properties that, so that isn't something we put off on someone else to notify them of the public hearings. And we're actually bigger than any other community around already. So that's not like against saying that we shouldn't notify more people, but I just want to put it in context that we have looked at that on a number of occasions, and we are the largest, and you know, we could increase it. I think one thing we talked about at Plan Commission was, you know, there was the idea thrown out, well, we should just notify the whole village. Well, we do notify the whole village by notice of public hearing, and our agendas are posted in advance, and then you can kind of lose track of when something's actually important and would affect you and when it wouldn't. Because if you mail a notice to everyone in the village, like it might just get tossed out. Like there's that fine line of when people will actually pay attention versus, you know, not. So I think trying to find that balance, and that's something the Plan Commission has, you know, compared to our peers over time. And I think we increased it a couple of years ago also.
Yeah,
So
we
it's something
doubled
we've
it.
looked at.
I guess I would say state statute kind of still looks at things in terms of doing it on paper. Like you have to put something in a newspaper, you have to post something on the wall. Maybe the ordinance looks at it, it's not so much the distance of where we send the piece of paper, but it's just other ways of putting that out there digitally or something like that.
Do we possess the capability, Inga, to text agendas? I know we can email, but for instance, the town of Cottage Grove has the ability for people to opt in to receive text messages with, you know, any agenda that you want to see. And I actually receive those and look at the town agendas.
As do I, and you can go under the Notify Me section of our website, and you can subscribe to village agendas being texted to you. I get all of them texted to me as well.
So
That's what I do in the elevator at work.
How often do we promote that?
We can promote it more, for
I think we
sure.
should. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that that's part of the big push of it's getting out to get more people involved. And I think, you know, as for me, I tend to operate at like a different level sometimes. Like, with my job, it's usually very chaotic and very, you know, constant. And so I kind of treat the village the same way, where I'm constantly, you know, on all the time. But I think I have a pretty good pulse on the community. I like to think I do. Obviously, room for improvement. But as an elected official, like, I think with all of our procedures, have the amount of time and amount of information that I need to make decisions on behalf of the people that I represent. Not to say that we can't change some of our policies, and I would definitely be open to, you know, looking into, you know, different types of communication methods, expanding the boundaries of how we communicate with people, and that kind of thing. So I would definitely be open to, if there's a laundry list of things that maybe you would like to see changed, I'm definitely interested in entertaining that.
One other thought when we're asking for people's feedback is maybe explaining the context of the type of feedback that the board would want to see. Because if we don't do that, we're likely just going to get, you know, a lot of opinions on I want or I don't want. And that's actually not what the vote generally is based on.
Yeah, and I guess that's, I mean, to my point of like having a good pulse on the community and talking to neighbors and residents, and, you know, standing in line at the pig and talking to people to get their feedback that way, versus I just, you know, I attended those police listening sessions, and we had maybe 12 people out of the 10,000 people that live here come to give feedback on a pretty major community investment. And yeah, how do we, you know, get the level of engagement that's gonna help us make decisions? And I think for me, it's on me to go out and make sure that I'm, you know, checking in with, you know, my neighbors and the people that are around me. But I'm also guided then by the comp plan and the Parks Open Space Plan and our policies and procedures and our ordinances. And I feel like that's, you know, again, all the information I need to move forward. But again, not to say that, I keep saying again, not to say that we can't change and look into some additional things that maybe would make our processes a little bit better.
To add on to that and just kind of piggyback on the talk about the police station. So, you know, that's a lot different of a project because it's village initiated, where, you know, some of the other projects that we're talking about, like, this is a private business and they have the right to do due diligence on, you know, what is our zoning code. And, you know, it's just like when you buy a piece of property and build a house, like, you don't have to tell everybody and everyone that you're going to do that. You have investors, you have all this background information, developing a business plan, you know, seeing if this business is feasible. And so, you know, that's where our line in government, I think, is drawn, in my opinion, that, you know, we aren't here to tell private businesses what we think is or isn't feasible. We're here to make sure they follow our comprehensive plan and our ordinances. And, you know, businesses can bring forward whatever they want, and we can, you know, react or put conditions on to make them fit within our plans. And so I think that can be a little bit of a disconnect with the public on, like, this is a village project. Like, the village is proposing we put in a Panera Bread. Like, actually, the village isn't proposing we put in a Panera Bread. Panera Bread came to us to say we want to open a business here, and then, by the way, I don't believe that there is a Panera Bread that's being proposed.
Heidi, I'm so excited. Where is it going?
But, you know, it's not like the village went in this catalog and picked out that this is what they want to build. Like, we have a private developer that's coming to us and asking to fit in. So I think that process can be a little bit hard to grasp, and, you know, whatever we can do to help, like, alleviate that, or, you know, help explain, and I think a flow chart is great, and like talking about how a process is initiated by a property owner, like that's kind of how I guess the business process works. You know, if you think it's a great idea for a Panera Bread to be here, then you go, you know, to the franchise office and say, I want to open a franchise. I don't even know if they're franchised. There's a lot of stuff going on about Panera Bread here that I have no idea about.
I also didn't have dinner and I'm starving, so this is torture.
So I appreciate this conversation, and I know it's getting late, and we can continue to have that over time, and again, talk about any ways we might want to refine it.
So in terms of presentation on the development approval process, can there be some direction to maybe give some policy changes or things that to staff that could maybe come back at a future board meeting that we would like to see, and maybe incorporate changes into our flow chart?
Yeah, you know, I guess I would go back to, and I agree with everything you said, right? We have a comprehensive plan, and people own land, and we need to continue to foster that development. When we're talking about things that happen very infrequently, that's where I think we need to map it out, build the awareness through communication, whether it's, I mean, annexation, when's the last time we annexed something? I mean, that's a big, you know, change in terms of the normal planning process. So I think those sort of conditions, conditional use permits that deviate from the comprehensive plan, those type of things, I think we need to do a better job educating our public, building awareness, and trying to get that feedback, which is extremely difficult, and I totally get it.
Why don't we move on to the annexation process in the village, B, under unfinished business, with the, and kind of, I guess, same thing. Let's have a conversation about that.
Basically, what Peter was saying leads directly into this. So the memo covers various types of annexations that are laid out by state statute. By far the most common, at least here, has been direct annexation by unanimous consent. That means all of the land coming in, all of the owners of that land are on the petition. I think if we were going to make a change to the process, it would be basically something like what Peter was saying, where we require them to come to the board before they submit the petition. Mm-hmm. And then if it's just a little small thing and you're not that concerned about it, maybe they don't have to go do something else. But if it's something bigger and you are, then maybe you tell them they have to go do a neighborhood meeting or something like that. But you can kind of customize your direction to the request.
Can I ask Larry, you know, I feel like state statute's kind of broad when it says with annexation in the public's best interest. Can you kind of talk about that and what that kind of means and what it could mean to like a local governing body to discern what public best interest is?
Yeah, so I've talked to a number of you at various times about this. So when you're contemplating an annexation, somebody's proposed, or, you know, well, I'll stick tonight at least with the unanimous consent annexation, because it is, as Aaron said, by far the most likely one you'll use. It'll be rare that the others will come in front of you. So on a unanimous consent annexation, generally you've got somebody who wants to come into the village, and usually they've got a reason for that. Either they want to, you know, we've done some annexations where, you know, to build the school, we've done annexations for potential future housing developments where there's really no plan, but the landowner wants to be able to market it at a different level in a different stage in the process, and struggles to do so without it actually being in the community that could provide the services. But your prerogative really is the way I guess I'd talk about it as a village board, is very broad when it comes to whether or not to accept or approve an annexation. And like for instance, in the case of the annexation that was recently in front of us, and we're going to talk about in a minute, you have a lot of control over, and really a lot is sort of comparative to some of the other stages in the process. You have a lot of control over annexation. You have a lot of control over what ends up in your comp plan, and whether or not you rezone a property. Those are sort of the instances in which you have the most control. Nobody can force someone to, a village board to annex property. Whereas when you get down to the CUP level, you've really got to be applying facts to what your ordinances require. But to get to the CUP level, you have to have the underlying zoning, right? And we'll talk a little bit about that, and that's in Aaron's memo for this portion of the discussion. That's why when we annex property, and it isn't designated for a particular use, the annexation petition or the ordinance puts it into a rural holding, right? So it can continue to be used for what it's been used, either as a non-conforming use or, continued ag land. But you've moved it along a step in the process, and you may have imposed some conditions on that annexation, which we always review, like what kinds of conditions on that annexation would be appropriate. Not necessarily right when it annexes, but as an agreement, you're going to pass on to your developer, we want to see these things happen as a condition. You'll see the recommendations in the memo from today. But I think that's kind of what you're getting at is, I don't know that the public interest is necessarily your standard that you have to evaluate. That's the standard that the DOA evaluates in determining in their advisory role whether or not an annexation makes sense. But that's because they're already being presented with one, with a particular annexation. So I think the standard you want to apply to an annexation question is fairly broad. You have a lot of prerogative and control over that at that point.
And I think the state's also considering that the annexation's been done for a likely development purpose, and they're thinking through where is that development best suited for the public to happen, and it makes most sense to happen in urban cities and villages versus drilling individual separate wells and septic systems and things like that.
All right, are there any other questions, comments on the development or the annexation process? Okay. So we'll move on to C, which is rescind the vote on the annexation petition. Anyone can make a motion? I guess anyone can make a motion.
Anyone can make a motion?
Yes, because, yep.
Well, then I would make the motion to rescind what page are we on?
We're on
Rescind the
page
vote on the
1.
annexation petition for David Hoekstra and Elizabeth Freidenberg from the July 21st Village Board meeting.
Second.
All right, there's a motion by Heidi, second Murphy, and a second by Severson. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. So we can move on to discuss and consider this annexation petition then. And I invite the very patient landowner, if you'd like to come up to the front too and be included in this conversation.
And as they come up, if you don't mind, Aaron's memo that was under B or C or whatever it was, the staff recommendation, oh wait, am I getting the memos wrong here?
No, the memo is under D.
There's another specific one for this?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to point out that for purposes of this discussion, I think especially while the petitioner's here, it would be very good for Aaron or one of us to walk through the staff recommendation in that memo so that can shape the discussion as we move forward and probably jumpstart some of the progress we might make tonight.
Sure. So I guess for the public watching, just maybe a little bit of history on this. So we did approve a pre-annexation agreement. It was then in June, it was consequently approved by the town of Sun Prairie, the town of Cottage Grove, and the state of Wisconsin. This went to Plan Commission, and then it came back to the village board where, if you've been following the saga, we all know that we had a motion fail. We asked for more information. We did not bring it back on the table. We received some community feedback. It is now back on the table for us to discuss. And so, Aaron, can you please go through your memo, maybe in a little bit more detail than you normally would?
Sure, and it's definitely not just mine. Kyla and Josh and Ty and Rick all contributed quite a bit to this as well. So, and this is a little bit different than what we had prepared before, just because there's not a specific project attached to it anymore at this point. But so the recommendation would be actually to postpone it for tonight, so Rick or Larry can adjust the pre-annexation agreement to include some of the things that are discussed here in the staff report. But those things we would want to address would be that when the property develops, not necessarily right now, but when it develops, to urbanize the south and east half of Gaston Road from the existing curb and gutter by Johnson Health Tech to the southern limits of Lot 3, which is kind of up and around the bend a little bit. By urbanization, we mean widening the street by approximately 10 feet, adding curb and gutter, sidewalk, and storm sewer as needed. Number 2, again, when the property develops, repaving Gaston Road, again, from the existing curb and gutter by Johnson Health Tech to the southern limits of Lot 3. And again, since the original petition was requesting an immediate rezone to planned industrial, again, because there's no specific project at this point, we'd recommend just bringing it in as rural holding. The pre-annexation agreement already addresses number 4, but just want to make sure it stays in there that the water main looping will be completed between Herb Road and Gaston Road. Exactly what that looks like might be a little different if the project's a little different, but we still want that covered. When the property develops, we'd want some kind of vehicle connection between Herb Road and Gaston, whether that's a public street or a publicly accessible, privately owned driveway, which is the direction the previous project was going on. We just want to make sure vehicles can get from one end to the other. And then finally, when a specific project or projects are proposed, prior to approval, we would want to see a traffic impact analysis. And then based on the results of that, there may be some responsibility from the developer to help share in the cost of any intersection improvements at a level that's proportionate to the amount of use they're creating.
And then Cindy, if I could just add, there were a number of other things that were very specific to the type of development that was proposed, that was discussed last time, the Creed development. So if you see that those things are missing, just know that those aren't necessarily conditions we would impose on an annexation. These are. And an example of that is there was the desire to have a third, at least emergency access point coming from the east. So that's the kind of thing that, depending on what goes there, you impose those conditions based on those. Another was at the road that runs north and south next to Oakstone. The desire was, our staff recommendation would be that there be like a turnaround at the north end of that if the rest of it was private. That's, again, going to be, whether that makes sense in that location is going to be dependent on what goes there. So if you had some things that you wanted that aren't included here in this, it's for that reason that whatever development, even if it's this one, again, that comes back, that's when we'll address those kinds of issues. As part of the question of whether you approve a rezone from rural holding and then approve a CUP for the actual use.
So the request is for the annexation of these parcels of land into the village, but there wouldn't be cost associated to the landowner in terms of the road development or the looping or any of that. That would go on to whatever type of development would then come into the parcel in the future. Yes.
Sorry, wouldn't be required until that time.
Right, and then the coming in as rural holding would be the most appropriate step until there is a developmental use, and then we would rezone that parcel.
As Larry was saying, there's a higher level of discretion for a rezone than there would be if the zoning's already in place. So.
And so the recommendation then is to postpone so that the pre-annexation agreement could be revised. And then we would see that at the next village board meeting to annex in and
improve the revised agreement.
Yeah. Does that still fit within the 120 days of, and so that it would, there wouldn't have to be another petition for the annexation that goes to, you know, other municipalities or the state, correct?
Yeah.
And it would, our next meeting would be at September now, September 15th. Thank you, Chief. September 15th, where we could have that back on the agenda. You know, in other conversations too, I'm interested in, you know, hearing from the board whether there is support, if there's a possibility to bring in the development, the Creed development that was proposed. You know, how can we bring this back procedurally? Is the board open to moving that project forward, with enough, obviously giving assurances to the developer if he is interested in coming back, that we are seriously considering? This is what I've heard, and I know he's online right now.
Can I just spend
Yes.
a couple of minutes
Yep.
and give
Yes,
just a
please.
little history and kind of
Yeah.
a status update?
Sure, thank you.
So the property that we'd like annexed, it's been on the market for 5 years, probably a little over 5 years. Limited interest. We've had more interest in somebody wanting to buy 5 acres here, 5 acres there, but we've been pretty steadfast that we want to sell it as an entire parcel. We had one offer probably 2 or 3 years ago. It was more industrial, kind of like, you know, industrial buildings that you lease out bays and shipping and receiving, and but then that just kind of went sideways. But I mean, it really is a large parcel of land to be developed, especially without TIF assistance. So we're getting close to the point of, you know, if something like this doesn't happen, to look at selling 5 acres at a time and put in little parcels behind the Oakstone, and, you know, whatever happens, happens. But I think we toured when it was about 20 below zero in January with Aaron and his Becky broker, and we got an offer in February. I know I've heard a lot that, well, we didn't know anything about this, but we've been working with the village since February. The developer's been working with the village. And obviously, one contingency of the offer to purchase was annexation. So when the annexation was denied, we got a termination letter and we no longer have an offer. My understanding is the developer is still interested if there's obviously different feedback from the board, to potentially make another offer. But currently it is, we don't have an offer. Also, I just want to share, development is expensive. It's cost myself and my sister, I just added up before I came here, almost $30,000. $4,000 of that was paying for the pre-annexation agreement, the attorneys for the village, and the engineer for the village. That got very costly. So without a specific offer and development proposal, I'm not interested in negotiating or developing another pre-annexation agreement, because I end up paying for it. You know, we really want to develop this parcel to something that can really benefit the village of Cottage Grove. I think this would be an awesome development if the developer is willing to come back and the board is willing to listen to some of your constituents and, you know, reconsider. So that's all I wanted to share with you.
I just wanted to clarify. So the direction that the board is considering going tonight is having us modify the pre-annexation agreement to include the provisions that Aaron just read off. Are you saying you wouldn't want us to do that?
Well, as of right now, we don't have an offer to sell the property. So I'm not personally going to enter into a pre-annexation agreement when I don't have a developer that says, I want your property.
Understood. So presenting you with the revised annexation agreement, though, would be helpful, so that you, if you re-land that developer, or for whatever happens with that, you want to see those terms, right?
Well, I think I've seen them in your staff
That's all it's gonna,
presentation.
it's gonna just be
But
put into
I
that
guess where
agreement.
I'm at is, I don't want to pay for you or whoever to spend 8 hours revising that, and I get the bill for it.
I'll tell you what,
Unless I had a developer that said, yes, I want to develop the property and I have a signed offer in front of me.
got it. Do you mind if I keep going?
Keep going.
Okay, so the things that are, I'll just share the things that are floating through my mind. First of all, we're running out of time on an annexation, and part of the cost of annexation is the petition, and we've got to send it to DOA, we've got to go to the towns, we've got to do all of that process.
Actually, I had to send it to DOA.
Right.
And I had to pay.
And
for
so that was the royal we, like collectively, these things all have to be done again. And we don't have a lot of time left. And I guess what I'm hearing is he wouldn't want the property annexed if he doesn't have a buyer. And if that's what I'm hearing, that might affect what we do tonight and how we proceed. I can tell you this, I will volunteer my time to put those provisions in the annexation agreement and give it to you. So we're gonna do that.
And
But
then we
outside
could
of
bring
that-
it back at the next village board meeting and then.
And you can
move.
tell us by the next village board meeting whether you want it annexed or not, but we would at least have the conditions, and the ordinance needs to be revised with respect to the temporary zoning classification. We can prepare that work. I will do that. I mean, it's not gonna take me very long to do, because Aaron's already written it up fairly well to start out with. But it's just, we have to figure out what next.
Right.
Because if you decide yes next week, or 2 weeks from now, and we don't have this work done, then we're looking at October 6th, and I don't know when our deadline is, but we're getting awfully close to 120 days. And then when you decide you want to annex in the future, if you did, you'd have to go through that whole process again. So
So what I'm hearing from your perspective, my perspective, is that working on that pre-annexation agreement and then bringing back the annexing into a rural holding at the next village board meeting would be feasible. The parcel would be annexed into the village. You could market that then to future developers as a village parcel. And then obviously those conditions that we put on, that Aaron listed, would be, as part of future negotiations. And that would give you a village parcel to
and that
sell.
gives you 2 weeks to think about it, and if 2 weeks from now, 2 weeks from yesterday, you decide, I don't want to annex, we can always take it off the agenda, but that's about the only way we're going to get there.
But like
if you
Larry said,
decide
there's
that's what you want.
specific time, so we're trying to get this timing right so that we don't have anyone incur more costs after the October 3rd, 6th deadline.
Yeah, I would be willing to accept that.
Okay.
See if the developer's still interested, and obviously that, yeah.
So I guess that's another piece that, I mean, this would bring the parcel in, and you would then have that as, you're a village, you own a village parcel of land, as rural holding to do with what you would like to do with it. But I think a bigger question is, for me at the next village board meeting, can we revisit, and is the board open to revisiting, if the developer is interested? We already did approve, all of this through Plan Commission, and having this, the CUP come forward, and if the board is seriously interested in bringing this sports complex to Cottage Grove, couldn't you do work on your end to re-engage and come up with an offer to purchase the land with Creed Development again? Is this board willing to really seriously move the project forward, knowing that there's going to be conditions and all of the things that have been talked about over the last handful of weeks, moving forward with the site development and giving that assurance that we're going to be very serious about taking a look at that and moving it through Plan Commission and then back to the village board as a serious project that the village is considering approving.
And just for everybody's understanding, the status of that CUP is, it's just tabled. It's before
Right.
the board.
We
so it's
never made
something-
any progress on that. So
And-
theoretically, if you had a developer, a buyer's agreement for the land, we could put on, on the next agenda, the annexation, and then even if we did a rural holding annexation, and then we came in and we
And I-
switched the zoning to planned industrial, and then we also had the conditional
And I
use
think
permit.
that it's very smart to keep it rural holding for the annexation and given what's occurred, just because then if the landowner still wants to be annexed and there's still some discussion that has to happen about conditions on the CUP and it doesn't necessarily happen 2 weeks from yesterday, that you've still withheld your prerogative as we were talking about in terms of how you want to establish the moving forward
Which is
path.
kind of a safe way of making sure that we are hitting the deadline for the annexation. But then, I would like to reconsider the moving forward with the unplanned industrial zoning and then also the conditional use permit if the developer is willing to come back.
Would it help us to get
Can you use the microphone, please? And maybe introduce yourself. Introduce
yelling
yourself,
at you
please.
guys? Would it help us to get another offer to purchase? Would that help? Would that speed things up? Yeah, okay.
Only insofar as the decision-making you have as to whether you want us to move forward with a decision on annexation next meeting.
Okay.
Because that's up to you, because if you don't get an offer to purchase and you still want to take advantage of all the work you've done and bring this into the village,
Yep.
that'll be a question the board can answer, will be prepared for the board to answer in 2 weeks.
Gotcha. Okay. That was a question I had. Thank you.
So the email that I received from you, Mr. Hoekstra, on August 8th, had mentioned, wanting to see this annexed in regardless, and wanting to have a conversation, an informational discussion to get feedback from the board on what potential development they would like to see on the property. Is that still open? Like, are you still or is it kind of, because the feeling I got from you was, well, only if it's Creed, which is different than that, right? And
Well-
I believe you said it would make sense and be easier to sell if it were annexed into the village. Totally get it, totally there. So are we still open to a conversation or no?
Yeah, absolutely. I sent that email the day after I received a termination letter on her offer. But now I hear that, obviously my first preference is the original proposed development. I mean, quite honestly, people that I know in Cottage Grove, I live in Sun Prairie, people I've talked to were ecstatic about it. I even spoke with the superintendent of the Sun Prairie Schools. I used to be on the school board for 7 years, and I explained it to him, and I was almost going to, I know that Sun Prairie School District has some property that this might be able to fit on, and I was talking to him about it, because evidently Cottage Grove didn't want it, but he was very intrigued. So, that's my first preference, but if you guys want to share other potential developments that you'd like to see, because again, I don't know if we can have a second crack at this or not.
I think it makes most sense to re-engage with this potential development. This is, it's a $22 million investment in Cottage Grove, but you're talking about major infrastructure improvements that would go along with this type of development, where if you did start to, sell different parcels for different uses, we're not going, this development makes the most sense, I think, there is where it's someone taking the entire parcel and developing it. Chris?
So I think the question we just got to ask is the three people who voted against annexation move forward. Do these conditions make you comfortable enough to vote for an annexation in the future, because I don't think the Creed developer is gonna put in any work to do it again if we're just gonna stall out again at the annexation process.
I mean, I'm comfortable with Aaron's recommendations as the steps forward, and thank you for volunteering to redo the pre-annexation agreement. I mean, I don't have any qualms about that. I mean, that's the first step in this process.
So I guess my question to you would be, is if we updated this pre-annexation agreement and we came back next meeting with a request for annexation, I'm assuming me, Heidi, and Cindy are still on board. Is one of you on board with an annexation with these conditions?
So you're talking about annexation, and quite honestly, this parcel really belongs as part of that area, right? It's an industrial area. I had issues with Creed. We had a lot of feedback that was negative, and we've gotten a lot of positive feedback, or people that weren't happy with it that want it. I know when we did the housing survey, there was a lot of feedback on concerns with traffic, just in general, right? So I think personally, and I would be open to discussion, but personally, I think what we've talked about as far as annexing this, I'm on board with annexing this property. And I understand the costs, and I certainly appreciate, Larry, your willingness to further this, to get it annexed. I would prefer to see light industrial, something that doesn't have 900 parking spots. And I know that Aaron had said it's only going to be after 5 and the weekends. If that's the case, we need to make sure that we've got the type of restrictions to make sure we don't have the type of traffic issue we had when I-39 was shut down, and it was a disaster, right? So we got feedback from a lot of people in the village. They're concerned about increased traffic levels. So I want to feel much more comfortable about the operation and the impacts to that area before I'd be willing to go down the conditional use piece. But the annexation, based on what, Aaron, you had prepared with the group, and what we've discussed, I'm 100% aligned with moving forward with annexation.
So it sounds like we would be able to move forward with an annexation into the rural holding as for step number 1 at the next board meeting. But I think that a lot of the things that you just brought up, the traffic impact, all of those things, those are further down in the flow chart. That's site development. Those are conditions that we can put on a developer, and those are answers that we will absolutely have. And if they are insufficient answers or impossible to address, then that development doesn't happen.
Understood, but the original vote from where I was at, this deviated in a significant way from a planned industrial, right? It redefines, it's 32 acres, it's 20% of the entire Commerce Park. That's with the feedback that we got from the public. And with the redefinition, that's where I had an issue, initially. But again, when you talk about traffic studies, right, we're talking about designing to a certain percentage of capacity, right? And when you talk about driving in a community, right, it's not a yes and no. It's not you do a traffic study and you've got an answer, okay, we're good. It's going to push and create higher and higher levels of traffic, which is what we heard in the housing survey, was that people in the community were very concerned about increased traffic levels, right? So I agree with you, it's further down in the process, but up front, when we were originally presented with this, it was a massive deviation and a significant disconnect to the survey results that the public had given us. Now we've gotten a lot more feedback from the public, so I'm open to further conversations, but I'm a little concerned with coming back to the next meeting, annex, and let's talk about CUP. I'm a little concerned that we're ready for that.
I think Aaron's recommendation moves that traffic impact analysis up, right? Correct?
That's what I understand. Like, before the project's approved, there needs to be an impact.
Yeah, and I think if that is done, and we find that traffic impact analysis, comes through and alleviates many of my traffic concerns, that would be lovely. And so I love that it's and it's going to be part of the pre-annexation agreement, because I think that would be an important step forward.
Is that the intent, is to have any new development before it would come to site plan would have to have a traffic impact analysis? I'm asking Aaron if that's the intent.
Yeah, go ahead, Aaron.
It would be for any project that comes forward.
So I want to make a very, very important distinction. It's hard to do that this time of night. But what we're talking about, as Paula just said, is that we're imposing a requirement in the annexation agreement, if approved by the landowner in the village, that would require a traffic impact analysis to be done. And if that traffic impact analysis showed the need for improvements, you know, at Gaston and Landmark or something like that, then we would calculate the percentage of that traffic that would be the responsibility of any developer of this site. And so it's sort of baked in. It's, you know, yes, Josh or Ty or someone will look at the TIA conducted by the developer and say, well, it's either good or it's weak, and they'll, you know, they'll get to a point where we're comfortable with the results of the TIA. But after that, the requirement is something you'd be imposing 2 weeks from now, which is we're going to say, oh, we've got to do this, you got to pay that much. It wouldn't be a lot of subjectivity in terms of your decision making after 2 weeks from now as it relates to that. That's the distinction. We wouldn't be saying, well, we want to, you know, arbitrarily pick a certain traffic impact change. We would be relying on that process. So you have to be comfortable with that process if, and just understand that's what we mean.
So in terms of next steps, obviously we're all on board with the annexation, moving that forward at the next village board meeting. Would you be willing to, or would you know, re-engage with the developer and let him know about this revised pre-annexation agreement with the requirements of the TIA? And if you do have positive feedback from him and he is willing to, you know, work with us to gather that information and move forward then with the process of development, I guess, is this board then interested in, I mean, would there be enough support on this board to move forward with the process and get that information? And
one of the things you might consider is, you know, the second half of what was discussed on the 21st. You could just have it be a discuss. It's kind of like what we're talking about. We can bring it up. There's other things from the memo that was prepared that relate to conditions associated. Some of them I've mentioned tonight. You can further the discussion on that and see where you want to go. I always say put it on as discuss and consider, because if everybody says, boy, this sounds great, you might as well not wait 2 weeks. But if you want to wait 2 weeks, you can. But I guess what I'm saying is that it seems like we'd be ready to at least start having more of the discussion if there's engagement.
and then you would be able to give us an update too on it, whether you have an offer to purchase, and if this development would be coming back, then we already can kind of have that built into our agenda in order to keep the conversation going.
Right, and I know the developer, well, I presume the developer would like his CUP on the next meeting, just because I know time is critical to him, if he's still interested.
Right.
Delaying it another 2 weeks, I think, could affect things. So if that's possible to get the annexation and then untable the CUP discussion from the 21st or whenever it was.
And between now and then, people can revisit that memo and the recommendations that we all put together and see if there's a comfort level. And frankly, if there's not, we've already annexed your land. And, you know, if this project itself can't meet approval, then it doesn't meet approval, but your land will be annexed, and that's just what it is. Not that you have to make a decision 2 weeks from now on the CUP or the rezone.
Right.
But
You do bring up a good point. I think when he gave his presentation to us, or maybe it was a plan commission, had said that there was specific timing with how he wanted to go about starting the development in order to open in an appropriate time frame. But
Yeah. The original offer to purchase was supposed to close, I think, the end of September.
Okay.
So I know he wanted to get going, so.
Yeah, I believe
Again-
the general timeframe was he wanted to be operational for fall of '26, I believe.
Gotcha.
So in terms of movement on this item, is the motion to postpone but direct our village attorney to redraft a pre-annexation agreement? Or what's the technical way?
Well, there's a lot of ways you could, there's a lot of ways you could do it, but if we could have a vote on, a motion on revision to the pre-annexation agreement to incorporate the conditions that Aaron said and the changes to the ordinance to annex in as rural holding instead of planned industrial. If someone wants to say so moved, that's.
So moved. Thanks for saying it.
So seconded.
Right, so there's a motion by Severson and a second by Dahl. And then there's additional, I guess, direction to you to re-engage discussion. And then we will also have that on the discuss and consider the CUP, knowing that we might not take action next meeting, but we would at least have that to start that discussion. We'll put it on as discuss and consider in case we want to do something fancy, but I'd be able to have that conversation.
If you're ready at that time, and not all of you have to be ready, right? I mean, it's a majority vote, but if you're ready at that time, it does help to say discuss and consider. You can always not take a vote, or you can vote against something too, if you don't think it's ready.
Or postpone with more, and gather more information for the next meeting. But at least we're then having that on the agenda.
Could we just do discuss to begin with? And to get the public feedback now that they know that we're going to revisit this issue.
Won't the pre-annexation expire then if we just do discuss though?
No, and so we're really going to peel apart the annexation and the CUP.
Sorry, can you start again? I had four people talking to me.
We're going to peel apart the annexation. So presumably we annex the property. If we have agreement on the pre-annexation agreement, that's done. And then we're talking about whether to rezone it and to approve a CUP, which there isn't a 120 day.
So annexation, rezoning, CUP.
The one thing that'll be different, let's say you decided to do it all, and I understand, I was listening, Paula, when you just said you'd rather have just a discuss, but if you decided to do it all next week, 2 weeks from now, the difference would be we're bringing in at a different zoning classification. And then this was just a little inside baseball kind of change to how we're going to do it. So that's why they were so connected last time.
Okay, so we're gonna annex as rural holding and then later talk about PI.
Maybe later the same meeting, but it's a different choice.
So it'll be 3 agenda items at the next meeting?
Well, we'll work on whether it's what number it is, but yeah.
All right, as long as there's enough direction to everyone to know what to put on the next agenda, who to talk to, and the discussions that are going to happen.
And maybe it's not legally defensible, but the bottom of the agenda in fine print does say any item on the agenda is subject to final action. So.
Oh, really?
All right.
Yeah.
All right, there is a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Okay, motion carries. See you in 2 weeks. Thank you for staying so late. All right, discuss and consider purchase of the DS300 election equipment for 2026. The quotes and the memo from the previous agenda is is attached in this agenda, and is the feedback that we gave was to approve it at the last board. I'm like losing it. With the feedback we gave to staff was to bring this back as a discuss and consider, because it was only just a discussion the last time.
I think we discussed it well last meeting, and thank you for bringing the item back. So I would make the motion to purchase the DS300 election equipment for 2026 as presented.
I'll second.
All right, there's a motion by Murphy and a second by Stoa. Any discussion on election equipment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. We are going to move down to new business. Am I correct in this? Discussion on shared sidewalk and road connections with the town of Cottage Grove, specifically in West Lawn. I put the memo together, so and there's also an attachment of the map with my 2 yellow arrows that show the 2 sidewalks I was being specific about. But This was something we had discussed last year. It's improving the pedestrian walkway between the kind of the two dead ends of both the village and the town that are, I think there's some gravel and some trees that are in between. It would, the village board, I think last year was on board with incurring the cost and then kind of the maintenance moving forward of those shared sidewalks. And it did fail at the September 2024 town meeting. But given the renewed interest in kind of collaborating and working together, and that we have heard from many residents, I guess, in that area that there, additional access points are warranted, and they have interest in that. I thought I'd bring it back for discussion again, just kind of a preliminary discussion at our board. I'd like to start with sidewalks, but I think that the road connections are kind of equally important. I think as the West Lawn continues to develop towards the north, there's probably other access points that didn't have yellow arrows that could probably also be improved. And I will say I've had many conversations with Shady Grove residents over the last week, and a sidewalk that goes from Shady Grove to Damascus is also of an interest, and that would be a shared sidewalk as well.
But here we're talking about the two roads, right?
It started with the two sidewalks.
Okay.
I'm kind of merging into the two roads, but I think that there's other opportunities here. Not necessarily all right away, but I think that.
So the document that you had attached had connect the town and village streets with paths. So that was just for the pedestrian path.
Yeah, and I think
for $100,000. And if you go over there, it's like 20 feet of path from the sidewalk in the village to the. So obviously we talked about, the FMP and projects and how do we fund community park. And now we're talking about, 100,000 for these. Personally, I gotta believe that Public Works could go in there and take the one tree down that's in the way and gravel the path, or even just pave that little section for a fraction of that. So I know that's a budgeted number. And I would certainly be in support of that if the town was to connect that, because you go over there and it's kind of a dicey connection that people are going through there all the time. But definitely, I think the street's going to add a significant amount of capital, which we don't even have.
Right, this is just a discussion to see if there's interest in looking into this.
So I live over here, so I hear a lot from my neighbors, and I see a lot of kids walking to school, going through, wooded areas, trees. I see town residents and village residents going through to walk between the areas. And I think that this entire region of the village would significantly benefit. We're talking safe routes to school, to get kids, to 6 grades of school, to have a safe walking route. So I think that those would be some very significant improvements. We've also had, so I think that this just sidewalk pedestrian connection was a stepping stone to eventually, hopefully connect, the roadways, because we do only have one in and out currently right now. Of course, the way to build another connection is to continue to expand the neighborhood to eventually get to Bus Road, and eventually get to Gaston on village roads. There is an opportunity for vehicles to connect on 4 different roads, basically right now. We've got Nightingale, because that's, connection. The right-of-way was dedicated, the roadway isn't built. You've got Meadowlark, you've got Morning Dove, you've got Pheasant Run, and as we distribute the traffic among more streets, then that reduces the traffic burden on everyone. So a lot of this, though, unfortunately, is out of our control, which is, the unfortunate part. It would reduce, talking to the town about it would reduce some of the burden to some people on Sandpiper Trail, because traffic would distribute differently, because right now everything funnels down Sandpiper Trail. So, I don't know how we can get them to see some of this. It's also difficult if we have emergency response coming to an area like mutual aid. they have to funnel through Sandpiper Trail, and if there's somehow a barrier, then, you're going way around Bus Road and back through. Like, to have these connections is, would provide, significant ability for more traffic options to this neighborhood and to our schools. And I think anything that we can do to help that would, greatly benefit this whole portion of both the town and village of Cottage Grove.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I would love to see this too. I'm interested to hear what the town has to say. We've been talking about working with them on some of our roads, so I think if they're willing to work with us on some of our roads, we should be willing to work with them on some of their roads. If they're not willing to work with us, then I don't know, but I'd like to see it.
Paula?
First, quick question from Heidi. Have you seen cement trucks going down your road?
So there have been cement trucks going down our road. The construction road is only open certain hours, so sometimes the construction truck does come through at different times of day. In addition, there are people in 4th Edition that get cement truck. There was a cement truck at my house last summer. So there are, people that aren't in the new part that have work. They have delivery trucks coming in all the time. They have lawn care. Like, there's a lot of just traffic in a neighborhood. So yeah, some of it does come that way. A lot of it does go on the construction road that was built. So I do appreciate that, that's there as an option.
Thank you. Yeah, just to address that, because I know we've received emails about construction traffic on Damascus, and I just want to, I spoke with Andrew Homburg today, asked him some questions. The situation that happened with the cement trucks over the weekend was a new cement provider that was going in who wasn't aware of the bus road entrance. And so he is made that person aware. Also speaking with Andrew and that construction road, and I actually went and drove it today, the intent is that eventually that is going to be built out, right? And so what I noticed though was as I was driving, so we're a bunch of residents from like up in that area. So it's kind of getting used already in that capacity. In terms of the road connections, so this goes back like a long way. So it's long before September of 24. I did watch that town board meeting. And, I think they didn't have a lot of residents at that one, but at a prior meeting, they had brought that up to their residents, and apparently they turned out in droves and were standing room only about their one-way, they bought on a dead end, and they didn't care about the public safety, because like even I was like, well, if a tree starts on fire or your house starts on fire, like it doesn't care, it's town and village, but we have the hydrants on the village side. But anyway, so this goes back a while. However, I think, and I did have a conversation with the town board supervisor today, there could be a little bit of appetite for some conversation if we look at addressing the runoff that is coming off, and I went and took a picture of it, into Nightingale on the town side. So there's kind of there's a hill there, and apparently when we've had these mass rainfalls is that it's just rushing down and flooding town homes and stuff like that. And so I think my strategy would be for us to reach out and say, look, what can we do with that particular piece? And then, in exchange for that, could we look at just starting with sidewalks? And just that would be my approach, is to go to the town and say, look, we're going to do something about that runoff that's happening for your residents there. Can you, so I guess that would be my approach, is to have the conversation. I think if we bring something specific to that particular development and what's happening because of it to the table versus just saying, it's the ATV, UTV thing, I think that would go a little bit further in terms of a strategy.
Because there are two issues here. You're talking about connecting the roads, and you're talking about improving the pedestrian walkways or the pedestrian access. And like you said, Heidi, I mean, the one just down from you there. I mean, there's a tree right at the end of the sidewalk, and then it kind of snakes down and there's a drop off. It's just not safe, right, to ride a bike or to walk. You could easily roll an ankle or get injured. So I think I'm with Paul in the sense that if we can extend an olive branch to the town, people are already coming through there, right? Both directions, both town residents and village residents, that this is only in the best interest of the collective public, right? The roadway, I do know some people that live on those roads, and it's a dead-end road, and they are, I live on a dead-end road. I wouldn't want to extend Stony Hill where I live. So I certainly can appreciate that's going to be a steeper hill to climb, and there's more capital involved. So I mean, if we can begin the process with at least addressing a known public hazard to both town and village residents, I think we could kind of make some collective progress.
And I think it'd be helpful too if we start with just pedestrian, because we can tell them we can either have a muddy, out of the way path, or we could have a nice little sidewalk right there. No car is going to pass through there. You don't have to worry about increased car traffic or anything like that. So.
And I believe the runoff issue will be corrected by Homburg as he finishes the 5th edition that he's working on. So that should correct the matter and improve it.
I sit on Capital Area Regional Planning Commission, and we talk about annexations into the urban service area, and we talk a lot about water quality, and there is a peak rate control that Hamburg has agreed. I think it's there is a rate control of water that we are allowed to flow over into adjacent properties, and so ensuring that we're following those requirements and what the other understanding, like measuring what the rate of water coming down. I mean, of course, that was a hill previously, so there was water before, but understanding what that impact of development and that we're, maintaining I think it's like 90% stay on the property. So, just verifying that those things are, happening and what we can do and mitigate. Yeah, I mean, we share a boundary, so we do have to, find ways to coexist and provide for our residents on both sides safely,
So what I'm hearing out of this agenda item is an interest in connecting the pedestrian walkways at least those 2 locations for right now. But then I would envision next steps would be reaching out to the town. Would the village be covering the cost and the maintenance of the sidewalks? That was our previous ask last year, and we can obviously bring this back as discuss and consider. I was just starting the conversation, working towards some type of agreement, and then bringing this into a financial management plan even next year. So I wasn't anticipating building a sidewalk tomorrow.
The one good thing, since I live there, I know the sidewalks very well. The sidewalks on the south side of both streets are already maintained by village staff because it's an outlot. So we already removed snow from that sidewalk on the south side of Pheasant Run, and then it's a multi-use path on the south side of Morning Dove. So we have the snow remover thing for the bicycle path. So, that isn't increasing a burden on a resident to plow their sidewalk through.
I guess in terms of bringing this back, would you want to see it discuss and consider at a future board meeting that's not that long? Okay.
Just wanted to clarify on the sidewalk connection. Are you guys proposing connecting the sidewalks all the way through Morning Dove to the other dead end, or just basically providing a curb ramp onto the street so that the pedestrians can then walk on safely across the street?
I think we're talking about just extending the sidewalk so you have a safe ramp down to the existing street in the town.
Okay, so that you'd have to do that like via a curb ramp, basically, just to get them onto the street. So that's what that would look like. So I just wanted to see if that's what you meant by making the connection, or if it meant like building a 500, 600 foot sidewalk. So just, that would be if you were to do that, we'd want to at least see a curb ramp so that there's an ADA slope down to the street.
It's like a 15-foot section.
Yeah.
So we'll bring it back as a future discuss and consider.
Yeah, it probably makes sense to get some parameters on what you'd be approving.
Sure.
before that, so like have those conversations and see what the shape of an agreement with the town might look like.
Okay.
Otherwise, you'll be voting on, I mean, I think there's definitely interest in at least exploring what they're willing to do already.
Yeah, I think they tabled it, requesting more information. They had it on their agenda tonight, so their meeting must be done. We're still going. All right. There's no more discussion on that item. We're going to move on to discuss and consider Resolution 2025-17, which is recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month.
I move approval of 2025-17.
I'll second.
All right, there's a motion by Severson and a second by Dahl. Any more discussion? I'll just add that we're going to have a bilingual storybook, or bilingual book in the story walk coming up this month. So, all right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. Reports from village boards, commissions, and committees. We don't have to talk about budget review because we already did that. So we will move on to Deer Grove EMS Commission, which has 2 discuss and considers, but I'll turn it over to Pete to give us a recap, and also obviously invite Chief up to help lead the discussion on those agenda items.
So just real quick, we met on Thursday, August 21st at 6:30 in Deerfield. Basically approved the minutes, approved July financials, approved the bills, approved age accounts, reviewed 2 correspondences, very positive feedback. Discussed and considered the collective bargaining agreement, and Paula was part of that. That's one of our discuss and considers. We did discuss the use of unassigned funds and FAP dollars to replace the response vehicle, which is 12 years old. And then we did just discuss on the budget, or on the agenda was a discuss and consider, but we discussed the draft of the 26 budget and had some feedback, and then we adjourned.
Should we take the discuss and consider the collective bargaining agreement first? We can wait for Trustee Severson to come back too. I know, Eric, if you have anything. Oh.
No, I think she's using the restroom. She was on the collective bargaining team, so I figured it'd be best for her to walk through that.
Okay.
Unless, Chief, you just want to kick it off and.
Yeah, I certainly can kick it off. The collective bargaining unit is the full-time paramedics only, so it doesn't have any of our other members in it or receiving compensation because of it. I'm assuming everyone got the packet that has the fancy overview in it, and then the clean version itself. Instead of giving you a strike through, I provided you with what the changes were highlighted in the front part of the document. Again, Paula was part of the committee along with Carrie Hewitt from the Village of Deerfield and Christy Williams from the town of Cottage Grove. We started off with knowing that we had 2 provisions in the 2 articles in the contract that were going to be edited because they didn't match what we were doing actively. And that would be Article 17 was adjusted because everyone can, or new hires can use their vacation after 6 months of employment, but this line said that they couldn't see it on their paycheck till a year. Well, that didn't make sense, so we squared that away. And the other one was Article 22, talked about life insurance and income continuation through the Wisconsin retirement system. They require entry into the system exactly as it stated. The first month after 30 days of service, the verbiage wasn't that before, so we had to align with what current practice is. The other edits to vacations, bereavement, and jury duty, bereavement, jury duty, and military leave all started with military leave, and it was a recommendation from the district's attorney that we make the edits. We started off with military leave, changing it from just saying hours per year to per calendar year to tell everyone that it's not a rolling year, that it's January 1 to December 31st. then because military leave had a 192-hour limit to it, and there have been lawsuits related to a limit on military leave but no limit on other types of leave, it was recommended that we put a limit on the other types of leave so that there couldn't be any potential lawsuit for discrimination against a military active guard member. So that's where the 192 limit to jury duty and bereavement leave came from. And to put some context into either of those, bereavement leave also has parameters for how much time you get off depending upon which of your relatives died. So if it was a parent, you would get 48 hours, a spouse or a child, same 48 hours. And then other relatives would get 24 hours. So to be able to use or to be afforded 192 hours of bereavement leave in a calendar year, I've said that that person probably deserves that amount of time off by the time that happens. And similar with jury duty is that they would only get jury duty compensation for when they're actually on the jury and the day falls on the day that they work. Well, our staff work once every 4 days, so to accumulate 192 hours of jury duty in a year, that would be a very, very long trial. Then we added the two articles, 13 and 14. Article 13 was to be able to provide, the basis of it was to be able to provide an on-duty OIC coverage when there isn't an on-duty OIC, so that someone would be able to be on call from home and not have to pay them overtime for those hours, to kind of save on the budget. As a little bit of context, since I started in 2019, anytime that there's been a gap in coverage for OIC and there wasn't actually one on duty, I've covered all those hours because I don't get paid overtime. I just get paid my normal salary. So to save the budget since that time, I've put in tons of hours kind of on call, waiting by the phone. So this was something we had the opportunity to move forward. We also have enough OIC staff that now that this should be self-limited a little bit, but that we would be able to have an OIC that might not be me, but also doesn't necessarily have to be there, and we're not going to break the budget by paying them overtime for those hours. And then finally, Article 14 is an acting officer in charge. We have some of our staff through a recent hiring process that we identified that if we had more positions to promote them to, we could. They're good staff that know the operations and make really good decisions. So instead of having someone be on call status, we could have someone act up in the position from a line paramedic to the acting OIC for the day. So it provides us our OIC coverage. We'll have a policy laid out for when the contract actually takes effect so that the person that is in that position knows what they're supposed to do and has received training for all those things, but it provides a little bit of incentive for people to overachieve. And then really the only thing that the union offered as part of the negotiation was the wage scale, and that's, as you see it at the back, or I guess page 2 of the front sheet or the very back of the contract. We did a wage study. The bargaining unit's wage study was centered on Dane County. Our wage study was more centered on the region, and we discovered that because of having a 4-year contract, we got pretty significantly behind comparables, and we had that pointed out to us in our last hiring process, in that we had 5 openings, we had 12 qualified candidates, and we had to get to candidate number 8 to fill the 5 spots. And the 3 people that didn't accept were because of wages, not because of anything else. So that's where the adjustment came in, and you'll see a first year pretty significant increase to get them to what would be comparable, average comparable, and then hopefully keep them there for the rest of the contract.
Paula, do you have anything you'd want to add to that? Okay.
No, that was thorough.
All right. So otherwise, this is a discuss and consider for the collective bargaining agreement.
I would make a motion to approve the 2026 to 2028 Local 311 Deer Grove EMS Collective Bargaining Agreement as presented.
Second.
There's a motion by Murphy and a second by Severson. Any comments, questions, final remarks for this one? Right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. Now we have the discuss and consider the resolution for the vehicle purchase with the unassigned fund balance. And there's a memo in the agenda that outlines a lot of information. If you want to run us through that, Chief.
Sure, the vehicle replacement, or this vehicle replacement process started in '23. We worked with the 3 partner municipalities and the commission to make a vehicle replacement plan in 2023. It was set to be replaced, but not funded through the budget. So we didn't replace it in 2023, adjusted the capital replacement plan to have it be replaced next year. After our financial audit that we got in March or April, it identified what we had in fund balance. Our policy for fund balance use is pretty specific on what it can or can't be used for. Conveniently, replacing a vehicle is one of the things that it can be used for. Our last fund balance use was to decrease the cost of the most recent ambulance that we took delivery of earlier this year. So we, with consultation of CAM, thought that it was a good opportunity to not have the vehicle replacement land on the 2026 budget, but use some of the fund balance to replace the vehicle this year. A good bit of work went into trying to find various quotes for the vehicle, different vehicle options and pricing. And it came down to that the type of vehicle, whether it be a Ford Interceptor SUV or a pickup truck, were relatively the same in cost. So there wasn't any cost savings to go with the Interceptor. Through my time with the department, we've had many instances where we wished we had the ability to haul some stuff in a department vehicle rather than a personal vehicle. And that seems to be happening more often. Our training equipment is only getting bigger. We've done some bigger CPR classes where we've needed to haul lots of CPR mannequins, and you can't fit some of that stuff in the back seat of an Interceptor. So we discussed this in July, and I had some quotes in July and rediscussed it last month and refreshed the quote. And one of the other factors would be, like we've discussed with some of the other purchases that were made today, the market is volatile with many of these components, not only vehicles, but the electronics that would get installed on the vehicle to upfit it to an emergency vehicle class with the lighting package. So between July and August, the price went up $1,700, not on the price of the vehicle, but in the other components that would need to be installed. So the thought would be, or is, and what got approved at the EMS Commission was that we would utilize $50,000 from the unassigned fund balance and up to $50,000 from unassigned fund balance and up to $30,000 from FAP to complete the purchase this year. So that's the information, and open for questions if anybody has them.
I guess, we did talk about this. It's a 12-year-old vehicle. When you look at the idle hours, it certainly is towards the end of its useful life for public purpose. I guess the one concern I have, Chief, there was you had done a fit check with the truck, and I know that Nick had sent a note in terms of meeting NFPA 101 egress guidelines, that we need to have that, and it doesn't fit in terms of meeting those egress guidelines according. So my concern is, the current Interceptor, replaced verbatim, dimensionally is the same, and I know you'd expressed some concerns on fitting stuff, but that's sort of new news in terms of making sure that if one place needs to meet NFPA guidelines, it would be that building. So we need to make sure the egresses are met.
And I'll be straight up honest with you. I didn't see this until after you left and knew nothing about it. Didn't have one in-person conversation with anybody from the fire department about any of this, and potentially we could have worked through it had we been able to have a face-to-face and interpersonal conversation. The bay length is 259 inches. Christy from the town of Cottage Grove came over and measured it to verify. I'm not sure what 21 feet 8 inches calculates out to, because it's late and I'm not mathing right now.
Neither am I, but she did communicate to me right before this meeting that she
Yeah.
went over and she did measure, and it fits the dimensions.
We're quoted at 2024.
So the egress, the 36-inch egress per NFPA 101 is met.
28 to 36. It's a 2024 Ram SSV, which is 229 inches long, without any bumper on it. And if we don't have to put a bump, if we can't put a bumper on it, we don't have to put a bumper on it.
Save some money.
That's 30 inches. Correct.
30.
And my personal vehicle is 230 inches long and an inch longer. And I had 29 inches, so it's convenient, the math right there.
I mean, I see this as an identified need that we approved in a capital plan at the beginning of the year, I think is when we went through that exercise. Yeah. And I think, yeah, you've really laid out in this memo, you know, I think all the information that we need, and I mean, I don't have any further questions.
Yeah,
I don't know if
and
the
seems
rest
you
of
all
the board
got the letter
does.
from Nick, the oxygen thing, I'll admit, I go pick up oxygen in the car right now. The oxygen vendor never told me I can't put oxygen in the back seat of a squad car. So I did some research, and maybe it's legal, maybe it's not, but we'll get some answers. Because there's some stuff from DOT about anything under 1,000 pounds or over 1,000 pounds needs certain things. Well, 2 tanks is 100 pounds.
I only know about tanks and stairwells.
Yeah,
That was my expertise.
Yeah,
So I don't know
the
anything
oxygen
about
part
tanks
of
and cars.
the note from Nick clearly can't happen until I get more information, or maybe can't happen at all.
And the oxygen thing was one of the reasons why I voted against this at the EMS commission, right? Just because I did a quick search and while we were talking through all of these things and found the DOT standards, and I was like, uh-oh, and we as a commission hadn't even had a conversation about changing providers and transporting our own oxygen. I did also have space concerns, and I had asked the question about the interceptor and said I would be much more comfortable with the interceptor. The other thing, just to kind of touch base on, is whether or not we're using it as a response vehicle and if it leaves district. Because I know one of the things I brought up, not at the last meeting, but the meeting prior, is that people aren't keeping track of their mileage. And so I know at the village, when we have people going for training or different meetings and such, they take their own vehicle and keep mileage, and my hope would be that would be the same, that this vehicle stays in district for a response purpose and we start making more use of the mileage.
It is primarily stayed in the, depending upon what we had for, maybe if it was a day training with a bunch of us, then we would take all of us would take the current car together. But overall, it's been in response in the district 97% of the time, to throw out a just generalized number.
And I'd still like to see the interceptor. That's just my preference, but.
And not that it should sway your vote or anything, but the other 2 municipalities have approved it already.
And there then wouldn't be a 2026 capital request coming
Correct.
from Deer Grove? Okay. Any other questions?
I'd make the motion to approve resolution 2025-02-0821 regarding response vehicle purchase from unassigned fund balance as discussed.
I'll second. a motion by Murphy and a second by Kel Nelson. Any more discussion on this?
My only comment is I'm 100% aligned with doing this. It's just I want to make sure that we're guaranteed that this thing meets the NFPA egress guidelines, and I'm 100% aligned.
Yeah, I was gonna add two things. I need to call them tomorrow to verify that 2 weeks ago, they had a vehicle that they could build, but you know how the industry goes. Maybe they don't have a vehicle they could build anymore, and we've gone through all this, and we get approval, and we still won't be able to have it built this year. But I'll verify all those dimensions with them when I call.
There's
Do you want me to include that in my motion, or is the discussion that it fits with the NF? That's it, Lisa, you got that? It's 11:18, I don't think I can repeat it, but Pete's got it.
All right, and oh wait, I am the second. Yes, I will second that again. All right, any more discussion on this? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Abstain? Motion carries. All right, Cottage Grove Fire District Commission. Who would like to give an update? Okay.
We met on August 25th at 6:30 p.m. We reviewed the minutes. We reviewed the chief's report. There was some discussion around growing false alarms, particularly in the village, and the need to educate residents on some of the automatic systems. We discussed EMS and the fire RFP for the future facility needs, and that bids are due back on the 18th. We did talk about a whole slew of ESB repairs, from the mold remediation, some floor work, lighting, plumbing, stripping, doing the floors. And through that whole discussion, there was some follow-ups on bids, but the discussion was to have both the town and the village reinstate the $20,000 ESB repair fund, at least for 2025, and that's to discuss and consider. We discussed the 2026 ESB budget and talked about some of the building maintenance, some items there. It was not a discuss and consider, it was just discuss. We discussed fire inspection fees, need to do some more research on some various scenarios before we take any further action on that. We discussed the updates on the pay-per-call, which both boards had approved. We did talk about the 2026 fire department budget. We reviewed a draft that included the pay-per-call. We did talk about the capital for 2026, and there's going to be a request for 3 thermal imaging cameras to replace older cameras. And we discussed timing for the next meeting, and we adjourned.
So, just because there were other budget amendment items, the $20,000 for reestablishing the ESB fund is on a later agenda item. The only other topic to bring back for the fire department is related to the training at 101 East Cottage Grove Road. Just an update on that facility. When we did the environmental review, we did find levels of asbestos in that building, which are being remediated. In talking with Nick and April, their desire is to work around that area until it's remediated September 15th and 16th, and then they would continue their trainings then throughout the facility. But the goal tonight would be, Rick provided feedback related to the agreement that would allow the fire department to take over the facility. And then we would continue to do the remediation effort September 15th and 16th. And then we would, it is looking like we are going to officially have to post bids for the demolition. That requirement is $25,000 in total for demolition of that project, so I would rather be safer than sorry. So at this time, there's not going to be a definitive demolition cost, but there should be restrictions to the fire department that the exterior should not be disturbed prior to coordination with the village. And with that said, I would recommend approving the agreement to transfer ownership with the dates that ending date would be the end of this year, which would be 12/31/2025. That gives the longest horizon possible for them to do the training. And then I'll continue to coordinate the efforts with getting demolition out for bid formally in the paper and coordinate the exterior and provide updates to this board at subsequent meetings.
Can you clarify, Cameron, this wouldn't transfer ownership, right?
I think not technically. It would allow use. I think.
Yeah. Just wanted to make sure. Because that was discussed, but yeah.
Any questions or comments for Cameron?
So it would start, so it says mutually agreed upon the parties as follows. It would training purposes would begin what's effective
Tomorrow.
9/3?
Yep,
Oh,
effective
so the
tomorrow.
blank is 9/3 ending 12/31/2025. Okay.
Correct.
I'll make a motion to do that.
I'll second the motion to do
Okay,
that.
there's a motion by Isto and a second by Dahl. My only comment is that we continue to work with the fire department on a communications plan to make sure that residents driving by know what's going on that corner, and hopefully drum up some interest in joining the fire department. Any other comments? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. Law Enforcement Committee.
We met on August 26th. There were no public appearances. We approved the minutes from the previous Law Enforcement Committee meeting. We discussed, considered, and approved the creation of a sexting ordinance. They're currently drafting that. We had a recap of Community Night Out. It was a success, except for the whistles. Chief gave us his reports. We're going to talk about the budget at the next item, and then we adjourned.
Any questions for Chris?
And it was my birthday.
Yes.
I didn't know that. Oh gosh, I'm gonna put it in my calendar right now so I don't forget next year. I'm sorry.
I just want the record to reflect that on my birthday, I went to a village board related meeting. That's how much I love this village.
Tonight's my anniversary with my wife.
Oh, darn it.
All right, how about Parks, Recreation, and Forestry Committee?
All right, we met on Wednesday, August 27th. We approved the minutes. Houston Park's pretty much wrapped up except for a couple of punch list things. Shady Grove update. We talked about our last meeting to do in one phase, and Sean is meeting with the neighborhood group to go over that with the neighbors. We talked about all the fun fall things that are going on, which we could get you more information on if you would like to learn about more programs coming up for this fall. Touch a Truck is September 20th, so that's a popular one. And Strength for Pickleball is another highlight. Then we're going to meet on the 25th of September and talk about the budget.
Any questions for Heidi? You didn't have a full recap of the Taylor Swift, which I'm a little disappointed about, which we can spend the next couple of hours talking about.
Could have been replay the live stream, you know.
Okay, so great. Okay. Reports from village officers. Village attorney, nothing. And finance director.
That guy's the worst.
We have a discuss and consider a budget amendment, which has quite a list in it.
So the good thing about this budget amendment, these are all things that have had prior board discussion. This is just memorializing those discussions. So with the latest being the financial management plan, the transfer of funds from general fund to debt service. Again, doing Shady Grove in one phase instead of two phases, reestablishing the emergency service fund. The one that I've touched briefly on board updates is just a timing component to the garage doors. That project should have been completed at the end of 2024, which we were significantly under our capital project dollars, but just from an accounting perspective, it has to be treated as a 2025 expense, which is why we're showing an overage. So I'm just asking for those funds back for 2025 because we have experienced kind of a more a unique year for various repairs and things that need to be fixed.
Any questions for Cameron?
So it's too late for me to add these up, but the change is what, when you add them all up?
It's hard because these affect different funds. So the general fund has a $150,000 negative impact. So essentially, you're passing $150,000 of use of fund balance. For Fund 205, you're increasing the spend down, so increasing expenditures by $225,000. And for the capital projects fund, you're about breaking even. Again, that's to account for the Amazon donation, for the Amazon donation expense, and then the increase in maintenance expenses.
I would, oh,
Any other questions?
I would move approval of 2025 budget amendment 2025-009.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Severson, second by Dahl. Any other discussion on this one? Opposed, abstain, motion carries. Communication and miscellaneous business, we have the consideration of approval of vouchers. Bills list is in the agenda.
I would move approval of the bills as presented.
I'll second.
All right, there's a motion by Severson and a second by Murphy. Any discussion on the bills list? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstain, motion carries. Correspondence, we had several emails come in today. I have a stack here on the annexation and development in that area. West Lawn residents have also emailed a couple of emails about traffic, which was also discussed tonight, and connections. Shady Grove residents have emailed, and there have been some meetings, and there is that neighborhood meeting on their park, and I know that there's some more follow-up there. And then I did receive a phone call and email about use of bow and arrows, those things, in the village, and expressed interest in maybe looking into our ordinance and adding that as a prohibiting the discharge of a bow. And I was interested in hearing a little bit of your feedback. If I know this tends to be a strong hunting community, and you can discharge your bow in your yard, and there's some other regulations, but I guess would we be interested in maybe bringing this as a village board agenda item to add this as or prohibiting the discharge of a bow in the village?
I mean,
That's all about as far as we can talk about it tonight.
Yeah,
It's
correct. I
simply
just want to
what-
know, like, if there are nods for me to bring it back on the agenda.
perhaps after budget season?
I think Larry knows a lot about it. We talked about it in ordinance review
Yes.
about 5 years ago.
That was mostly air guns, but yeah, we did talk a lot about it.
Yeah, so, but I'll bring it back in a couple of months during hunting season. Any other correspondence? Community events, aside from bow season starting tomorrow. Touch a Truck was just mentioned. I don't know if anyone else has anything else.
I just would mention that I am hosting a listening session here next week from 6 to 7. It's not a village board function. It is just me wanting to have a conversation and make myself available for people who want to talk about sports or sports complexes. Since posting that on social media, I had somebody email me already and say, I'd like to see an ice rink. And I'm like, yay. So again, it's just an opportunity for people to come. Many of the people who spoke tonight, I'd love to have a conversation.
All right, future agenda items. I think we have a list. All right. Otherwise, we can entertain.
I
number
will.
11.
Oh,
Everybody all at once?
No. I was just gonna say, in response to our, I'm gonna bring a list back of changes like we talked about. I also I would like to bring forth a resolution on Firefighter Appreciation Month, which is in September. So I'll put that together and get that. And now motion to adjourn.
And I'll second.
Non-debatable, all those in favor? Aye. Oh gosh, it's only